just remember your mom was so amazed on the party she came to tonight.
How you doing, Tony? How are you, Mary? Mary, you say something again? Do you have a microphone plugged in? It sounds staticky. I don't know what you just said. I don't know if you did something, but that didn't fix it.
I would leave and come back.
Yeah.
That was pretty funny sounding.
That any better now?
Okay, there we go.
Okay. Ain't technology grand?
You sounded like a munchkin or something.
It happens on Google Hangouts with my kids too. It's very weird. So I have to like tweak something, but I haven't had it happen on Zoom before. A finicky microphone. Amy Harvey, you're muted. I don't know if you're talking to us.
No, there we go. I was just waiting for the timer to pop up.
Good. Do you know if you got all the ballots or not? Do I need to send reminders?
There were 3 that I didn't see, but they may have emailed Sabrina directly.
Okay. Y'all let me know.
Hi, Anya, how are you?
Good. I'm gonna try to use the video on my laptop, but the audio on my phone. So does this sound okay?
It does.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'll see you in a minute.
All right. I think that's feedback coming from you, Anya.
Yes, I'm sorry about that. I'm not
Okay.
used to being in 2 places at once.
There we go. That's better.
Can I try just putting up my slide deck real quick? I'm running a new dual monitor situation, and I just want to make sure that it comes up okay. Is that all right?
Okay.
Let's make sure that this is going to work. Are you seeing the presenter view or the deck itself? Like, are you seeing the version with the notes?
Yes, I believe so. I'm not seeing the full screen.
Is that better?
Yep. Just go up and switch that. Swap the swap the display like you did. That's what most everybody has to do.
Okay. Thank you. It's just a new setup, and I just want to make sure I had that correct. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello. Did you get the email that I sent you with the browser link just moments ago?
I see it. Now what am I supposed to do?
So if you open up that browser link,
Mm-hmm.
you will see a timer, and you can, if you want to make your browser window fairly small, because really all you need is the clock itself.
So how does it, cat, go away. How does it show up on the Zoom?
So if you click the start button, you will see that there is a person
Oh, I see. Look at that.
that is your timer.
Okay.
And then
So-
at 30 seconds, it will give a
Piercing scream to make us all log off.
I picked the two least expensive sounds. So the first one is sort of a light ring at 30 seconds, and then at 0, it is a ding. And then it will keep counting, until you stop it. And then it'll turn red when it gets to 0. And then you hit stop, and then you hit start again for the next person.
Amy, are you showing us a brand new shiny toy?
We are.
Uh-huh.
I finally updated it to allow it to be used in webinar, not just meetings. So
That was the thing. I got it.
Wonderful.
So it'll just,
Good evening, everybody.
hi.
How are
It'll
you?
reset
when you
to
hit
3 minutes.
stop, yeah.
Uh-huh. All right. So I just have to remember to do it.
Good evening.
Hello.
How are you, Michael?
I'm well, thanks. Hope you are too.
I am.
This is so exciting.
Hi, Amy. How are you? Amy Ryan.
Hello, everyone. Hi, Markeith. How are you?
I'm well.
Hello.
Marquis, can you give them a heads up? On the meeting?
Hi, Amy. Hi, Adam.
Hello, Miss Paris. How are you?
Good.
Hey Paris, how are you?
Good, good.
One, two, three, 4, 5, 6.
Citizen showed up and wanted to attend the meeting.
How are you, Mary and Adam?
Doing fine, thank you.
Doing very well.
Hi, Lauren and Maurice. I just saw you come in.
Good evening, Markeith. How are you?
I'm well.
Hello, Markeith. How are you tonight?
Hey, how are you?
Doing very well, thank you.
How you doing, Chris?
Evening. Can you hear me okay?
There you go. Okay.
Very good. Thank you. Hey, Markeith.
Hello.
Hey, everybody.
Hello.
Hey, Jess.
Hey, hey. It's Wednesday.
Yes, I will be making an announcement when we start the meeting, but just to give you a quicker heads up, we're going to rearrange the agenda a little bit tonight since we have several senior citizens coming to speak to us. So we're going to do the 828 and then we'll run right into Trinity and J Street, and then we'll go back and pick up the manufactured home policy and the diversion center, just so you're aware. Sabrina, do you have a question? Okay, did everyone turn their ballots in?
Nope. I'm sorry, Sabrina, coming.
Please do.
Got mine right, Sabrina? Awesome, thanks.
You've got mine as well, do you not? Okay, awesome.
Yeah, just those of you that haven't.
Sabrina will let you know.
Well, she lets me know to let you know.
The ballot has one person on it. You guys are just mean. Like, you got me all in a panic.
I have to remember to check to see if they actually recommend.
Yes, you have to read all the stuff.
Process.
Right.
No, we just wanted to see you sweat a little, Jess. You're good.
Thank you.
Wait till you get to May and June, it gets a little intense with all the nominations and all the reading. We get a lot.
How you doing?
Markeith, that was supposed to be my audio check. How am I sounding?
You sound good.
Okay, thanks.
I got to get the affirmation right.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
How you doing, Ken?
7. So we're missing Ty.
I'm doing well.
Hey, you sound good. Thank you.
Is my background okay? I'm sitting in the kitchen today, so.
You're good.
Thanks.
We are tracking the state of emergency process with the General Assembly. If they don't extend that, or don't change the virtual meetings laws, we won't be able to continue meeting virtually. So just a heads up, we're trying to figure this out. It runs through April 6th, I believe, right now. So anyway, we're working on it and we'll get you as much information as possible as soon as we're aware. It also affects, we think it affects our CCES meeting because it's a meeting of the committee as a whole.
No.
I know. So we're working on it. We will see. Maybe we'll move it to 8 p.m. at night somewhere and then we'll be fine.
We just need somebody to volunteer to drop off.
We'd have to have 5 of us drop off.
5 of us drop off.
All right, it is 7 p.m. We are ready to get started. Welcome everybody to the March 23rd Chapel Hill Town Council meeting. We have a lot of items on our agenda tonight and they're all very important. We do not have a consent agenda, just to let you know, but we do have 5 items, and just a heads up, we have rearranged the agenda a little bit. We wanted to accommodate some senior citizens who wanted to come speak. We will start off with public comment, as we do always, on items not on the agenda, and then we will move to our 828 MLK Municipal Services Building item, and then we will move to the Trinity Court item, and then the J Street item. Those are both public hearings, the first public hearings. We do not vote on the first public hearings, and then we'll come back and pick up our other items that we bumped a little bit, which is the diversion program and the manufactured homes item on the list. So I know that's a little confusing. I apologize, but we were trying to be a little more accommodating. So here we go. All right. With that being said, we're happy you're here with us. whether you're joining us virtually, watching us online, or some other time. We like public participation. We're excited to be able to offer it in many different ways. You can also email us or call us as well. So in keeping with the public rules on virtual meetings, I need to have a voice roll call vote. Please, when I ask you your name, please say aye or here, whatever works for you. Mayor Pro Tem Stegman.
Here.
Councilmember Anderson.
Here.
Hang on, Councilmember Barry, y'all popped all around.
Here.
Councilmember Nguyen.
Here.
There you are. Councilmember Miller Fushi.
Here.
Councilmember Parker.
Here.
Councilmember Ryan.
Here.
Councilmember Searing.
Here.
And did I miss anybody? The mayor is also here. There we go. Okay, there we go. Great. Thank you all. Before we get started tonight, the council wants to make a joint statement regarding the invasion of the Ukraine by Russia. As we're aware, on February 24th, 2022, the Russian government invaded the Ukraine, trying to take over the country by using military force. Since that time, the Ukrainian people have been fighting valiantly to preserve their democracy and their homeland, and the devastation has been untold. Anyway, we do have a statement, and we've asked a couple of council members to read that statement, and then we'll push it out on social media.
I'll start us off. In light of the invasion of Russian Federation forces into Ukraine, the town of Chapel Hill reaffirms our unwavering commitment to democracy and peace. Along with people and governments across the world, we stand in solidarity with Ukrainian sovereignty and her territorial integrity as an independent and democratic Ukraine, and with the Ukrainian people as they resist Russian aggression, military invasion, and the threat to their existence. We commend the courage, resolve, and restraint shown by the Ukrainian people in their pursuit of sovereignty and democracy, and pay tribute to the many people who gave their lives in pursuit of a free and democratic Ukraine.
As a community, we believe that war is never an acceptable response to human conflict, and we strongly condemn Russian aggression against Ukraine, which began with the 2014 invasion and annexation of Crimea and continues to current day. We urge national and world leaders to continue negotiations to secure an immediate ceasefire, ensuring a humanitarian corridor for Ukrainians seeking safe passage, and deliver humanitarian aid to those in peril and to war refugees. Our hearts go out to the people of Ukraine, and we encourage all our members of our community to join us in this advocacy and, if they are able, to provide support for the Ukrainian people through the various organizations that are working to provide assistance.
Thank you. There are many ways to support the Ukraine resistance and to help them through this terrible time. There's many reputable organizations, but please be aware there's also ones that aren't. So check through your different sources and the websites that have to deal with this. And again, our hearts and prayers go out to the families of the Ukraine and all the ones that are connected to them throughout this terrible time. Thank you. On to a more positive topic, we're celebrating successes video with Creek Week. Last week was Creek Week in Orange County, and tonight we have a celebrating successes video to show some highlights of some activities we did. And Rand has that to fire up for us.
Learning a lot about our creeks and waterways in Chapel Hill. We're looking at them both from an environmental standpoint for providing corridors for our wildlife, but providing those trees and all the things that we need to help reduce climate change. We're also looking at flooding and flooding issues and how do we repair our creeks to be able to handle all the impervious surface and the climate changes that are coming.
urban creeks are really good ways to find escape from everyday life and commune with nature a little bit in the middle of the towns. I know that I spend a lot of time in Carrboro along Bowling Creek, as I'm sure many of you do in Chapel Hill. And there are creeks all over our communities. And one of the great things about our local creeks is they connect all of our neighborhoods. So if you're somewhere in Carrboro and Chapel Hill, you're near a creek.
Thank you. And thank you to all who participated in cleaning up our creek corridors and our greenways. If it's not too late, I know it was a little bit chilly and damp weather last week during Creek Week, but we welcome people to continue picking up so that the litter and trash doesn't enter into our drinking water. And it also makes it a much better environment. So thank you to everybody. And thank you to Sammy Bauer and her team for coordinating all this. It was a great event, and we're going to try to do it again in coordination with all the Orange County governments next year. So thank you. All right, a couple of announcements. April is for the Earth. April's just around the corner, and we want to give everyone a heads up that April is for the Earth of the town of Chapel Hill. Previously, we celebrated Earth Day, but as we work to address the effects of climate change, the town has expanded our celebration to include an entire month of activities and focus on the Earth. The town will be issuing a press release next week with more details. We'll also be providing information in our weekly e-news. If you're not signed up to receive e-news from the town, please visit our Town of Chapel Hill website and sign up. It comes out once a week with some really important information for the community. And finally, the Council Committee on Economic Sustainability will meet next Friday, April 1st from 8 to 10 a.m. And topics on the agenda include the process for soliciting ideas for ARPA funding and an update on the Downtown Together plan. Do other council members have any announcements to make? Ms. Berry.
Thank you. I want to give a shout out to Cub Scouts Pack 283, Webelos 2 Den. They invited me to speak with them on Sunday, and that was to go towards their Building a Better World event badge. And that's required for their Arrow of Light, their ultimate rank in Cub Scouts. And I got to join with Alex, Avery, Banks, Jason, and Mason to talk about what it takes to be eligible, as well as the expectations and serving your community, whether you are an elected official or not. And I want to give a special shout out to Banks, whose birthday is just 1 week from tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Parker?
Yes, under the general heading of Turnabout is Fair Play, I want to acknowledge that Sunday was our mayor's birthday. So I hope we'll all wish the mayor a very happy birthday. And since we are not meeting next week, it is Council Member Ryan's birthday next week. I believe it's Thursday rather.
Very bad, Michael. Thank you.
And so I want to make sure we also acknowledge Councilmember Ryan's birthday.
We're birthday buddies. Thank you. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Thank you. Pieces of cake are welcome.
Yes, well, I got to go on a lovely hike, but ended up with some tick bites. So spring has happened. Anyway, all right. It is time on our agenda for public comments for items not on the printed agenda. I know we had some people signed up, and so we have a new timer system that we're trying out tonight. So be a little patient with us as we figure this out. The Blue Sky timer now works on the webinar series, so but we haven't tried it before, so we're going to give it a shot. Ms. Stegman's going to help bring people in, and I hope start the timer, and we'll see what kind of noise it makes when it goes off. But we'll try to bring you in 2 at a time, so be ready. And we'd love to see you if you're willing to put your camera on, and we welcome your comments.
All right, we have 3 speakers for items not on the public agenda, starting with Chinita Howard and Jennifer Daniels.
I don't see either one of them on the list right now. Are you willing to call the next one and then we can circle back if they log on?
Sure, the next
Looks like
one is-
Jennifer Daniels is here.
Oh, there's
Oh,
Jennifer.
she is? Okay, sorry, she got moved in while I was looking. There we go.
Yeah. Hi, can you
Sorry.
hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Welcome.
Okay, thank you, thank you. So I just wanted to bring up the issue about public land use for open space, the agenda that was sent out for that. And wanted to bring up the need for more open spaces in Chapel Hill as building continues to be constructed in parts of Chapel Hill to keep the open spaces open.
Thank you.
And the next speaker is Ian Morse.
I'm not seeing Ian.
He's on.
Is he? Okay, sorry. Maybe
Mr.
he's
Morse,
talking.
can you hear us? Ah, there we go.
Hey, y'all. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
I'm trying to turn on my video. I was actually hoping to speak in support of J Street and Trinity Park.
That's coming a little later in the agenda. If you'll wait for that time, that would be great.
Sure, happy to. If I can get a slide, I appreciate it.
You can just
Sorry
use the
about the confusion.
raise your hand function. Thank you. All right. Is there anyone else wishing to speak on items not on the printed agenda?
There does not appear to be.
Okay. All right. Because we do not have a consent agenda this evening, we'll move right in to our first discussion item, which is considering authorizing a memorandum of understanding for the 828 Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard redevelopment project. And we have our manager, Maurice Jones, here to start this item off for us. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. We are here this evening to discuss the next steps in the environmental remediation at 828 Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, the future of our police station, and other future development on that site. So our recommendation for council tonight is to authorize the town manager to execute a non-binding memorandum of understanding with Belmont Sayre for the redevelopment of the 828 MLK property. I wanted to start with a little history of the environmental concerns at 828. We have provided this information for you before, but it's important to take the time to provide a quick overview again tonight. In 2013, the town learned coal ash existed on the property during an asset evaluation of town-owned properties. The town then had a phase 1 and limited phase 2 remedial investigation report done by Falcon Engineering. The investigation determined the fill on the site initially consisted of construction debris, and the coal ash had been placed above the construction debris for structural fill. In 2017, a follow-up investigation was conducted by Hart and Hickman, which led to several meetings with the council and the public. Council authorized moving forward with the brownfield application and a risk assessment on the site, an environmental risk assessment in 2018. That risk assessment was completed in 2019 and determined that the site could be remediated safely without removing all of the coal ash and the debris. Town staff and the environmental consultants recommended interim remediation measures for the areas closest to Bowling Creek as part of that discussion as well. In 2020, the town conducted an interim cleanup, removing 1,000 tons of coal ash and soil along the Bowling Creek Trail and providing erosion resistance to the embankment. Several public meetings have been held since then to discuss the possibility of partnering with Belmont Sayre on the development of the site, including the MSC, our Municipal Services Center, and the possibility of residential development along that piece of property as well. That leads us to tonight, where the council will consider approving a non-binding memorandum of understanding with Belmont Sayer to move forward with the next steps in this very involved process. So we believe this project aligns with several of the town's strategic goal areas, including a safe community by enhancing public and environmental safety, investing in facilities and infrastructure that support public safety. We believe it aligns with a connected community by increasing connectivity between walking, bicycling, and multimodal networks to reduce the amount of driving needed to get around Chapel Hill. And we believe it aligns with our goal of affordable housing by increasing the availability of affordable housing for all incomes. I will now turn the presentation over to the town's project manager on this project, Laura Selmer.
Thank you, Manager Jones. As we have previously discussed, this project would fall under a North Carolina Brownfield agreement.
Laura, could you speak up a little bit, please? It's hard to hear you.
Sure.
Thank you.
Is that better? A little closer? Okay. As we previously discussed, this project is proposed under the North Carolina Brownfields program. That program offers some unique and special protections for the property going forward. That includes perpetual deed restrictions on permitted land uses. There are additional precautions for any soil disturbance. Any disturbance of the soil must be approved by DEQ in the future. This is presumably after the site has been redeveloped, as well as before the site is redeveloped. Any activities are subject to an environmental management plan to protect both the environment and site workers and those in the vicinity of the site. Any brownfield property is also subject to annual inspections and reports. So that means the remedial measures or mitigation measures on the site need to be inspected to ensure that they are functioning properly, that there's nothing unexpected or anything failing. Those are required by the program, so they must be done. And there's also a special section for reopeners that is unique to the Brownfield program, and that is in the event that any new information comes to light, the site could be re-examined for future measures if the risk is determined to be unacceptable, if there's a change in land use. These are all a part of the program and the protections that it offers. So tonight we are here with the Memorandum of Understanding. This is the first step in a public process for redevelopment. It does not lock in use types or density. Although we are proposing at this stage consideration of multifamily housing, this does not lock in that use type. We are just proposing that use now so we can start the concept plan process, so we have a better idea of what that site could be going forward. That allows us to be better informed when we speak with the Department of Environmental Quality and how we develop the site. It does not constitute development approval. This project still goes through all of the normal processes that any other development project would in the town, and it is not binding. This sets forth the town's intent as well as the developer's intent, but it is not a binding agreement. This lays the groundwork for an economic development agreement in the future. So our process, as you can see, we're on step one. And if you all authorize this memorandum of understanding this evening, we would then start the concept plan process, as well as a preliminary meeting with the Department of Environmental Quality. And that is just a preliminary meeting. It is a check-in. We are already communicating with them. We have been for many years on the status of the site as we learn new information. That meeting would be an update to provide DEQ staff with information on the concept plan, what the proposed use types would be, what the process would look like going forward, so that they are aware of the town's interests. It is not a formal report. It is not a formal review. It is just a preliminary discussion. We would then move forward with an economic development agreement. Our target for execution of that agreement would be June of this year. We would then move into the entitlement process as well as concurrently the brownfield agreement process. Brownfield negotiations can take up to a year, which runs along with our entitlement process. So those two processes would run together. And all of these steps up through step 4 include opportunities for public input. In addition to the town's processes that have public input opportunities, the state's brownfield program also has a formal public comment period. Upon completion of entitlement, we would move into zoning compliance. And at that point, an environmental management plan is developed for the actual site activities. And that is typically prepared by environmental engineers and brownfield developers and subject to DEQ approval. And I will just mention, we have done this before. We had an environmental management plan when we performed our interim remedial measures on the property, and that detailed all of the safety precautions that were taken when the soil was disturbed. Our proposed site plan includes space for the Municipal Services Center, the multifamily housing, community green space. We are trying to think creatively about the community needs. We've met with our urban designer in-house. We've met with our Parks and Recreation staff. We've met with our community arts and culture staff, trying to think creatively about community needs that might be well met at this site. It is an excellent site with many opportunities, being proximal to the trail and the future BRT corridor. It's an excellent opportunity for transit-oriented development, potential gathering space. So we have been having those internal conversations, trying to identify what opportunities may be a good fit. Our next steps, as I mentioned, we would move forward with the concept plan process and go through the advisory boards. We would then have that conversation with the Department of Environmental Quality, followed by the Economic Development Agreement in June, conditional zoning, and then the Brownfields Agreement concurrently during that time. So our request this evening is to authorize the town manager to execute a non-binding memorandum of understanding with Belmont Sayer for the redevelopment of the 828 property. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, council members, it's time for clarifying questions of things that have not been asked before. We've been covering this item for a long time, and we do have members of the public signed up to speak. And I'll start with Ms. Stegman.
Thanks for that presentation, Laura. Just a follow-up question from the Q&A submitted ahead of time. I was excited that the response to my question about the potential for housing for town staff, that the response was that you've been already exploring this with the SECU Foundation. Could you share more about that, what the discussions have entailed and what might be possible, or what's being explored, I guess?
Sure. In one of our previous conversations, Councilmember Ryan mentioned some unique opportunities for teacher housing. I looked into some examples in Asheville and found that that project was a partner project with the SECU Foundation. And that is a small development that provides housing for teachers of the school district. They use it as a recruitment tool because housing is expensive, and especially early stage teachers, those with student loans, those fresh out of school, or those new to the area, as well as teachers that are in high demand. So those in STEM fields or foreign languages, they said it's been an excellent program for them. They have a waiting list. They also have restrictions on time that residents can remain there so that they can allow for turnover. So that seemed like an excellent opportunity, and it's also available to municipal employees as well. Anyone that the SECU State Employees Credit Union would service as their members would be eligible for this type of program. So it is typically done as a interest-free loan, which would help finance that portion of the development.
So that would be for is that Asheville rental units, or what type of housing is that?
Yeah, a rental model would make the most sense for this type of development and this type of purpose. And we have had preliminary conversations with the school district as well to get a sense of interest and also the challenges that they are having with recruitment and retention of their employees. So it's been an ongoing conversation. There's mutual interest, and if council determines that that's a priority, we're happy to continue those conversations and investigate it further.
Okay. Anyone else?
And just one quick follow-up on that. I know for
Karen, are you having microphone issues? Sorry.
Sorry, can you hear me or no?
It's very staticky.
Go ahead. I'll
Okay,
just
all right. I saw Miss Ryan and Miss Anderson.
Thank you. Is this an opportunity zone project?
It falls within an opportunity zone, but it has not yet been determined that it would be an opportunity zone project. That's a decision to be made by the developer if they wish to take advantage of those benefits. It is starting to run out. Those time limits, I'm not aware that they've yet been extended at the federal level. So the maximum benefit period has passed.
And that's not something the town would be, would be useful to the town.
Yeah, it has to do with capital gains deferment, so the town can take advantage of that program. Yeah, I know.
Second question: the timeline you're proposing in the MOU, like the MOU, it's not binding.
The timeline is not binding, no.
Okay, I'm just concerned about making sure that as we proceed, that we have all the information we need before we make final decisions, like on an entitlement, on a ZCP. That we're not just that we're getting the information we need before decision points are reached, or that we're writing things into the EDA that protect us in case things are lagging. So that's just going to be an interest of mine going forward. Thanks.
Absolutely. The timeline is aspirational, I think, and we certainly acknowledge that things can change, and so it's flexible.
Great, thank you.
Miss Anderson?
Yeah, thank you. So I know that we've been trying to communicate out to the public as much as possible this issue that I think I didn't really understand until recently myself, which was that all the risk assessment information is based on existing conditions, and that whatever happens, there won't be allowed to be a risk. That we wouldn't just put something there and then allow the risk that currently exists to continue, that we would be capping, the building would go over it, there would be clean fill being put in. So I'm wondering, I know given the grim state of journalism these days and whatever else, are we communicating that to people at our public input meetings? And are people getting access to that information? Because I know I've sat through most of this process and I didn't necessarily know that until recently, not because I wasn't told, but because it's just been a lot of information. So I'm wondering how we're helping folks understand that.
Risk communication is inherently difficult. It's really complicated and it's very dense science. I have studied these documents myself, and I'm not a toxicologist, and it is very difficult information. We have held public information meetings with our environmental consultants. They are the experts that helped us with those reports. They conducted the sampling, they ran the analysis through the DEQ risk calculators. So we have presented that information multiple times in public information meetings, council meetings, and we had a meeting this past Monday as well. That one did not include our environmental consultants, but it was another community conversation to talk about what it means to redevelop a brownfield site.
Got it. Okay.
Councilmember Anderson, we will continue to have those types of public meetings as we move forward, as we continue to work on the economic development agreement and the concept plan review. We'll provide information to folks and do everything we can to try to communicate the understandings that we have about risks.
I think that's really important. I mean, we're still getting emails where people are referencing the risk assessment in current conditions. And I think it's not necessarily getting through yet that that's not what we would be facing in a redevelopment scenario. So I think that will be really helpful. Thanks.
Sure.
Others? Mr. Searing, do you have your hand up? Okay.
Just as Ari, the risk discussion here, I mean, obviously, there cannot be any guarantee that there's 100% no risk for forever. I mean, that is, so I don't think that that's what our staff is saying. And I certainly hope that's not. Is that correct? We're not guaranteeing that there's 100% no risk to the health of people in the community for all time, correct?
I would never say for all time, for sure. But I think we're going to take every step that we can to make that site safe for whatever we end up putting there. If council moves forward with agreeing with the MSC or moves forward with residential development, we're going to be committed to making sure it's as safe as possible, along with our developer and along with DEQ. They're going to have pretty high standards for us to meet in order to make sure that's a safe site.
But there is still risk.
Sure, there's some level of risk from now and until the end of time, absolutely.
Well, no, but that you're making it sound like it's just completely out of the question. But yeah, there's going to be more risk building on this site than I'm building on a site that didn't have contaminated coal ash under it.
Well, there's more risk today than there will be once this project is done.
Right.
Okay.
And has everyone, and I just wanted to ask staff if they've seen, some of the pictures of the ash and gone and visited the hillside down there with the ash just pouring out of it at the moment.
I was only made aware of that today, but thank you to the community members who shared those pictures. We have staff and our environmental engineers going out to the site tomorrow to try and identify those areas that are showing daylighting coal ash. We're not entirely sure from the pictures exactly where that's located, but they are going to do a site walk and see where that is. And we have the interim measures on a portion of the embankment, but we did not address the entirety of the embankment during that project. So they will take a look at that. And if there are temporary measures that need to be taken to prevent any erosion or anything like that, they will make those recommendations to us.
Okay, well, there was exposed coal ash on a majority of the hillside. So I walked out there and saw it myself.
Thank you.
Laura, how long has the police station been there?
It was built in the 1980s.
Oh, okay. I wanted to ask a question about the MOU itself. Normally we have our manager and our attorney sign it to make sure it's a legal document. I'm hopeful council will not object to having the town manager and our attorney authorize if we vote to move forward, making sure that it's got legal review.
Just to clarify, all of our agreements have legal review.
Agreed, but like her to sign off on it.
Sure.
So, yeah, great, thank you. Okay, so now we'll bring it to public comment. I know we have several people signed up to speak. We welcome your comments. I listened to the public information session on Monday night and heard a lot of questions and a lot of answers. So we will see what we hear this evening.
Alrighty, we are starting with Penny Sparacino and Deborah Ferruccio.
Can you hear me?
Welcome, we can hear you.
Okay, good. I just want to read a list of things for you all to think about. Arsenic, barium, beryllium, boron, cadmium, nickel, lead, mercury, molybdenum, selenium, and thallium. Those are the things that are in coal ash. Those are the things that are above the ground, either flying around or being disturbed when you decide to do something about it. And those are also the heavy metals and elements that are going into the ground and into the groundwater and into the creeks around there and into whatever else happens. And I just wanted you to know that and think about, if you know your chemistry at all or don't remember it, look them up. Look up what is coal ash composed of. And I'm not really sure that I understand exactly about capping it or removing it, but I do know that I looked on the Earth Justice website and the southeastcoalash.org website, and both of those indicated that whether you cap it where it's aerobic, meaning it needs oxygen, or whether you completely cap it so that it's anaerobic, which has no oxygen, both of those will still contaminate groundwater. So I see what you're saying about above ground, and that may be wonderful that people that live there may want to live beside a fire station and other places on the traffic corridor. But I want to think about what's going on under the ground. And that really is all I've got to say, except I'll send a message to you all later. Thank you.
Thank you.
So next is Deborah Ferruccio, followed by Ken Ferruccio.
Welcome. You're muted, Deborah.
Muted. Am I okay now?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, I'm Deborah Ferruccio, and I don't live in Chapel Hill, but I have family members that do. My children went to UNC, and regardless of my attachment to Chapel Hill, I'm concerned about the redevelopment of this site. I have a long history, a 44-year history in working with waste management issues. It started with the PCB landfill in Warren County, and I've worked with communities across the region to deal with coal ash and deadly disease, landfills, radioactive waste, hazardous waste. And the plans that I'm hearing tonight, and I haven't read and been a part of the entire process, but I'm really disturbed to hear tonight that this beautiful young lady who was presenting the plan has never been out to that site to see the pictures that I saw of the coal ash coming out of that embankment and going into Bowling Creek, which was featured earlier in the meeting as all the efforts were made recently to clean up trash. And I was thinking as I looked at that, I thought, well, trash is important to clean up, but once you get coal ash into waterways and underground aquifers and emitting into the air, it's far more deadly than trash. And so I can't imagine the idea that coal ash is considered non-hazardous, but it is made, as this Penny, the previous speaker, spoke, is made of components that are individually classified as hazardous. It's very dangerous. And I spent 10 years on a PCB, the cleanup of this landfill in Warren County. So I know a lot from personal experience about the complexities of trying to remediate toxic waste. And so you guys are not in any easy position. Whatever decision you make is not going to be an easy decision, but I feel that it's really incumbent on this council, representing a town of very enlightened people, to consider the most enlightened information that's available now. And even though we have coal ash is legal, it's not necessarily safe, particularly for housing. And I don't believe that it would be a smart thing at all to put any kind of housing on this property. And I don't think that the council should go forward until more is considered about these risks and people go out to that site and see the problems that are there right now. And there are absolutely no guarantees, not about how much can be mitigated forever, but how much can be mitigated continually. The problem is already existing right now. And so I beg you to not make any major decisions until more on-site.
Thank you, Ms. Ferruccio. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Ken Ferruccio, followed by Nicholas Torrey. I'm not seeing Kim. And not seeing, so I guess we'll go with Nick Torrey.
Welcome.
All right. Hi, good evening.
And
Can you all hear me?
hand raised.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Well, I just want to make a couple of points. One is, there was discussion earlier about this idea of, are we eliminating risk at this site from coal ash pollutants? And that I think everyone would agree that cannot be done. And the reason why that matters is not that you should do nothing, but because the concern is that putting residential on this site, as is the intent of the MOU, as I understand it, seems like of all the options, the riskiest and the worst idea. And that is a significant concern, and particularly because there's both the risk of exposure to coal ash pollutants, but also structural issues that will continue to be, I think, a very serious and unpredictable risk. And we've raised this before, and you all have this information, but building on top of coal ash, unconsolidated materials like this, things can happen, and we've seen sites collapse. You have a floodplain at the base of the steep slope at this site. And so you have long-term risks that are very concerning. And again, particularly if the plan is to build residential on it. And we're not aware of any residential site that's been built on top of coal ash like this. I asked about it on Monday night, and Belmont Sayer cited an example from Michigan. But when you look it up, it actually turns out that they removed all the coal ash from the residential portion of that project. So they did not do what you all are talking about doing. They specifically removed the coal ash before building residential on that project, which is called the Mason Run project. To Ms. Anderson's question about communicating regarding risk, I think that's a very important issue, and probably the central issue at this point for what you all are considering. I think that the concern is a real one because there's a tension here between what the developer and you all are saying is the intent, which is to really do this in a way that is at least intended, even if it's not possible to guarantee it, it's intended to eliminate all exposure by capping everything that's not built upon. There's a tension between that and what DEQ, I think, is going to tell you is allowed, which is a risk-based approach where you just need to get the site below an acceptable risk threshold. And they would use the risk assessment to say, well, these are the areas where you need to do work, but you need to get it below some acceptable risk threshold. But then there's an acceptable level of risk that you would be left with. And what I understand you all to be saying is the intention is to go beyond that and to do more to eliminate the possibility of exposure. So we urge you to get that in writing. And that's the best way to communicate it, is to make a binding commitment to do that and to go beyond what DEQ requires. So let's make sure that happens if you're going to do this at all.
Thank you.
All right, and we've got our friend Mr. Beasley up next. That's the only other speaker I see on this item.
Welcome.
Hi there, can you hear me? Thank you.
We can hear you.
Happy birthday, Mayor Heminger and Councilmember Ryan. I have been following this only about a year. This is an important topic to me. I really appreciate the public information session that was held on Monday. I joined it. I asked questions. I got some really good information and answers back. I just want to say that this during the campaign, I did not speak to a single person that thought the site should not be cleaned up, that the coal ash should not be removed. And I should say a single member of the public. I have been on several of these calls in the last year. I've read many newspaper articles. I haven't ever heard anyone other than council staff and the development partners say that this is what they want to do. I really think the public is against this. And I think you need to recognize that. To the points made earlier, and thank you, Councilmember Searing, for making it, you cannot remove the risk with the mitigation. You can mitigate the risk down to an acceptable level, as was said before. But the only way that you can remove the risk is to remove the threat, and that's to remove the coal ash. It came up in the Monday meeting that, when this was studied several years ago, it was about $10 million to remove the coal ash. And maybe it's more now, maybe it's not, hard to say. But $10 million, while it's a lot of money, given the sensitivity of the site, the proximity to our water supply, to Bowling Creek, it sure seems like that would be money well spent to remove the threat, to remove the coal ash, to have a stable site that could be built upon for a variety of uses without the concern from the public, without the risk, really without the risk. And I really think that council needs to reconsider that option. If you had spent that $10 million 3 or 4 years ago, we wouldn't be talking about this anymore. It'd be in the past. It'd be behind us, and we'd have a clean site without risk that we could do a lot of things with. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We had 2 more speakers sign up.
We have Julie McClintock followed by Pamela Schultz.
We've asked if the timer can be made a little quieter, but they're working on it. Welcome.
Welcome to everyone. I'm just going to quickly make a few remarks. Friends of Bowling Creek has been at this project for many years, and we first petitioned the council way back in 2014 and asked the town to clean it up. And we've recognized now that the expense is enormous and it would be very difficult. I think it could still be done, but it obviously is not going to be done. So we work with what we have. So I'm going to start with the most important part of what I wanted to say to you tonight. You are going to do an MOU, and that is really could be viewed as a document of intent, of your good intentions. And what I've heard is you all are going to be very careful, and you're going to meet high standards of health. And in the information session on Monday, the attorney and Sayers said that they had every intention of doing so, and would even exceed DEQ requirements. So I have added some language to the MOU that the council could add to show your commitment to protect public health. And I've sent that in advance earlier today. I shared it with Mayor Heminger. I hope you've had a chance to look at the language. So that's our request. We are where we are. But I will close by just saying a couple things. There are a lot of challenges ahead. We're all for the municipal services building being built there. I think that's a plausible use, and it could be capped. It worries us, however, that area is inherently unstable because you're building on a landfill, basically. That was not methodically built. And the biggest concern is the bank. And as the pictures that we sent around show, there is exposed ash there now. So in the next great big storm that we're going to have, that ash is going to wash right down onto the Greenway and into the creek. It's just hard to imagine anything different happening given the current situation. So I hope that you will, and Friends of Bowling Creek will stay engaged in this, and will be, as you negotiate the next things, we hope that you will establish the highest principles for protecting public health, not just the minimum, because the Duke studies have just come out with some really interesting work that shows that when coal ash is exposed to the air, the heavy metals that were talked about by a previous speaker attach to those little particles, and they are breathed deep into the lung. So it causes very serious lung disease and even death. So this is serious stuff. So I wish you well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pamela Schultz, what's next?
Welcome.
Thank you. The dusts of the industrial era are often far tinier than the natural specks. They can get past the sticky traps that stand guard in your head and your chest. They can penetrate the smallest twigs of your branching lungs and lodge there. My name is Pamela Schultz, and I'm a chemist and environmental engineer. I have a PhD from the University of North Carolina in environmental sciences and engineering from the School of Public Health. I've conducted numerous human health risk assessments for the US EPA on landfills, waste sites, mixtures of contaminants, including heavy metals. I read that passage because I'm very concerned about exposure to dust from this site. This past Monday, I had some time and I really went through the council video in a very detailed way of the last work session where you were presented a lot of information at the site and asked very good probing questions, but I was concerned because I noted several inaccuracies and incomplete information provided to you. I sent you a letter today that documented that in detail, but I'd like to talk about a couple of those items now. For example, there was a question from Councilmember Anderson asking, would you have to live at the site for 26 years then to get an unacceptable risk? And the representative from Hart & Hickman said, yes, you would, but that's completely false. Risk assessments don't even calculate the number of years it takes for an unacceptable risk to take place. The next item I'd like to point out was related to short-term health effects. Again, a follow-up question from Councilmember Anderson that if there was a failure at the site, that would mean you'd have very short-term exposure, which isn't the risk anyway. And Hart & Hickman agreed that that was also correct, but that is not correct. Both long-term and short-term exposure to coal ash may cause adverse health effects. In that memo I sent to you, I pulled out, this is screenshots from the risk assessment, the cancer risk and hazard index for the residential and construction worker scenario. The construction worker hazard index, this is what we call non-cancer assessment. This shows that the dose to a construction worker, this is shorter term, this is not 26 years, was over 10 times the acceptable level for residents 3 times. I feel like there's not enough attention given to this, that you're digging up a site with all of this dust that has the potential not only for construction workers, but also current residents to be an issue. I've been hearing comments of that, we do this for lead sites. Why can't we do this for coal ash? Well, when you have an urban site with lead, these are paint chips that are often the source of the contamination in soil. Coal ash is very different. This is going to be difficult to control during construction of this site. I really think having residential development here should be limited. I also think construction should be limited to the north portion of the site, the upmost from the hillside. And I'm very concerned that there's still coal ash there. You guys have done a lot of work remediating it. It's disappointing that that is exposed, but I think we have to deal with that as soon as possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We have another raised hand, Stephen Fleck.
We're going to cut it off there since we have other items this evening to get to.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
I just want to add my voice to those of Pam Schultz, Julie McClintock, Penny Sparacino, and Nick Torrey about the problems associated with this project. It looks extremely iffy. And I urge you all to read the letters from Friends of Bowling Creek under Julie McClintock's name and Pam Schultz's very carefully, because I think that the risks here have been seriously underplayed. And as the photos from the site show, the surfacing of the coal ash on the hillside is just an astoundingly awful thing to have to look at, and it will have to be very seriously dealt with. I will say that I'm in favor of a municipal service center. I'm opposed to residential housing on this site, especially given the susceptibility of children, as Pam Schultz's letter points out, and the Duke study that is referenced in these two letters, the susceptibility of children to inhale much more deeply than adults. And therefore, the dust is a serious problem that has been recognized, I believe. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. I bring it back to council, but I'm going to start with a few clarifying comments as someone who's been involved with this project for over 6 years now. I want to make sure that we are sticking to some of the facts. One of the facts is council did not want to make a decision based on money on this site. We wanted to do it based on science and environmental issues. It's been studied many different ways, but removing the coal ash is a lot more than $10 million. It has a lot more potential to put coal ash into the air, the dust into the air, to cause the workers who would be doing that work a great amount of risk, and then trucking it somewhere else and putting it into somebody else's community is also something the council looked at. And then there's no land left after you do that. So the amount of dirt that would have to be brought in to make this a parcel is also a cost. But again, looking at that, also removing the coal ash certainly would harm the creek more, as it couldn't be completely contained. We do have a temporary retaining structure there. I know Laura Selmer and her team have been out there many times to look at this hill and to see it. I've seen it. That is what's leached out over the 30-year period since the building has been there. It is concerning. We cleaned up the little deposits at the bottom near the greenway before we continued on with the greenway, and learned a lot about transporting coal ash somewhere else, about harmfulness, about how much had come down. We also test the creek and the groundwater regularly and have found no contaminants, or contaminants not at the level that have been concerning to DEQ. I know there's naturally occurring arsenic, and I'm learning a lot of science through this process. Naturally occurring metals and chemicals from just our soil in general. So I want to make sure that people understand that. So we couldn't have dug it up years ago. We still have a police station there, and we have to have somewhere for it to be. We take this issue very seriously as we move through this process. We will learn more by going to the next stage, if that's how council decides they wish to proceed, when DEQ comes back and we come forward with understanding different risk assessment levels depending on what's proposed for this area. I will say on Monday night, though, I did learn the difference between monitoring and testing. I'm not sure if it belongs in the MOU or some other document, but I want our town to continue testing the creek water and the groundwater in this area, because I think it is important to make sure that we're not contaminating our water system this way. I don't know how often we're testing right now. I'm sorry, we've had so much data thrown at us. I don't remember, but I do know there's a regular interval that could be used that would show safety levels. So I'm not sure, I will be honest with you, I'm not sure how I feel about housing on this site right now, just because I want to learn more. I'm comfortable with the capping aspect, as I believe it's the environmentally most sound thing to do, so that we're not disturbing coal ash into the air and to other people during construction and to other communities. There's a lot that's been going on with this project, as we've all tried to learn together through different councils. And I know most of our council members are not scientists, but they've worked really hard to understand the risk levels. We brought in experts in the areas in the field, but although we really do relish hearing from our own experts in the community. I do value your opinion. It's parts of the information that I use in helping make a decision of what we do next. So a lot going on, and I want to give council members credit for weighing through all the information and trying to keep up with all the science and the process, and our staff. They've worked really, really hard. And as you've heard from our environmental attorney, we've gone above what most communities do, but I've also heard that there's not as many of these examples out there to pull from. So, because it's a different example here, it's coal ash mixed with dirt, from my understanding, in a landfill setting. So I share all that with you just to sort of make sure that we're getting the right information out there to folks and to assure people that we take it seriously. So I bring this back to council members now. Ms. Ryan.
Thank you. So my first comment is that when talking about the risk to construction workers, I went back and read the report today. That's the risk without an environmental management plan or a mitigation. That's if you put a worker on it as it is right now, without protective clothing, without a plan, without the proper equipment. So on page 6 of the Hart & Hickman executive summary, they talk about that very situation and how it does exist and how they plan to address it for the safety of the workers. So just wanted to get that out there. First quick comment, the primary importance for me, and I think all the rest of my council members, is the safety of the public and users of the trail. And any residents or any private development that goes there. So, and just as we've gone above and beyond with our initial investigations before we've even gotten to this stage, I know that the town intends to go above and beyond as we move through the brownfields process. I know we're going to be listening to DEQ. I know that if our experts tell us that we can do better than what DEQ is recommending, I know that the town will have the will to do that. So I think everybody is very committed to that. So in terms of specifically the MOU and not the project itself, just a couple of details. I know that we are in one part, we are talking about hiring a contract planner to speed things along. I would like that cost shared with Hart & Hickman or not with Hart & Hickman, with Belmont Sayer, in the same way that we're sharing mitigation costs. If we need to hire a planner as a staffing issue, then that shouldn't be in here. And if it's somebody specifically to deal with this project, then in the same way we're sharing mitigation costs, I think that we should be sharing that cost as well. One of the things during negotiations in the EDA that we're going to be talking about is how we share the money and how that works out. It's talking about giving them credit for the property tax that any private development would pay. Let's just make sure that that's net property tax, net of any kind of town services that we're providing. And just a general comment, I know we're going to be moving into concept plans soon. I see on your rough drawing that we have an open stormwater pond above a slope on a brownfield coal ash site. That gives me a lot of pause, and I think we can do better than that. So thanks very much.
Anyone else? Ms. Anderson? Then Ms. Stegman?
Yeah, I mean, I'd agree with all of that. I think the other thing that really resonates for me is that this is going to make things better. That if we're sharing pictures of coal ash on a slope, then we don't want to leave that there. That's part of the purpose, is to make sure that things are safe. And I would absolutely reiterate, this council has no interest in doing something for a financial reason or that would endanger the public. That would never happen. Nobody on this call would ever do that. So we are trying to figure out what makes sense. This is one step in many steps to figuring out what a safe resolution can be. But we're not approving anything, and we're certainly not making any decisions that would preclude, if it comes back and there needs to be additional mitigation or capping, then that's what we'll have to do in order to make the site safe. I'd also say that I think we did look hard at what it would look like to remove the coal ash. That's not safe for our community, for the people who would be doing that work, and certainly not for whatever community would be taking our coal ash. That's not reasonable to just send it to somebody else. So it's here, and now we need to figure out how to make it safe. And I can say that I know we've thought about what, all of us have had to think about. Would we feel comfortable with, our children, our family members being on this site? We've all thought about it personally because we live here too. We all live in Chapel Hill. A lot of us use the area. So this is not something that we take lightly. And of course, we're very concerned as well. And that's part of moving to the next step, is to figure out how we can ensure that this is safe. And it will not be existing conditions. So we need to stop talking about those studies that we did to figure out intermediate measures. Those won't be relevant anymore. Those are what's there now. We would not build and leave it the way it is now. So that's not an option. So I'm in favor of moving to the next step. And I don't know either what I'll be comfortable with or how much it will cost us to make sure that it's safe, but we will do that, whatever it is. And then we'll have to come up with the next tough decision. That'll be what are the acceptable uses based on how much, how we can make it safe. Thanks.
Ms. Stegman?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you now. It's not static.
I don't know what's wrong. I don't know what's wrong with my internet tonight, but hopefully it'll be okay. Yeah, I agree with everything Ms. Anderson just said. And, I'm supportive of moving forward. Again, I won't repeat, but, safety is a given. And we do all care about that. And that's the top priority. And the longer this draws out, the less safe it becomes for everyone. If I'm remembering correctly, the temporary remediation, I think staff told us it was only going to hold for, I forget exactly, maybe 2 years, 3 years. It was a temporary fix while we figured out the longer term solution. So it is starting to fail because we are taking so long to move to the next step to start fixing this problem more permanently. And that's what we're trying to do here. I appreciate the public who are trying to follow this, and we've all talked about for a while how hard it is to follow this, but reviewing the last meeting is not the whole story. We've been talking about this for 6 years or more, and there's so much that's gone into this, as the mayor said. So we need to move from temporary fixes to a long-term solution. And we need to get our police staff out of that unsafe building. It's an unsafe building regardless of the coal ash because it's broken and leaking, and so they're kind of stuck in limbo because of this. So we need to move forward so we can get to solutions. And my priorities are safety, the quality of whatever we design, and the preserving open space for the public and for whatever we build there. I am excited about the possibility of exploring housing for town staff, for teachers. I think that would be a really exciting opportunity. It's rare that we have control over a site and can do things to meet our town's needs. And I think we can meet a lot of needs here and do it in a safe way. So I'm excited to move.
Any other comments? And then we will need a motion. Mr. Searing?
Yes, thank you. And, sometimes I'm a cyclist and sometimes you're riding against the wind and you just got to keep riding against the wind because that's the only way to get where you're going. And so I kind of feel like I'm riding against the wind on this one, but I'm going to ride anyway. So let me just be clear. I mean, if we remove the language in this MOU that said we have a strong preference for putting family housing on this site, I could be in favor of this. I totally agree. The dangers of moving all this ash, dumping it on some other community. Completely agree with that. The issue for me though is really one of the effect on our kids and our families. And, this shouldn't be a surprise to anybody. Any of you know me, I've been a professional advocate for kids and families for my whole career and worked on everything from the Children's Health Insurance Program to, institute and graduate licensing. And the reason I have advocated for kids for so long is because kids are really in a special category. They don't choose who their parents are. Their parents choose where they live. Kids don't choose where they live. They don't choose how much money their parents make. They don't even choose, the kind of job their folks have. So how much time their folks have to supervise them. So that gives us as politicians and community leaders a special duty, which I know we all share, to make sure that we can make our community as safe as possible for our children. And we know this coal ash is really harmful to adults and especially kids. It causes multiple health problems, especially when it's exposed just like it is right now. And we know it's literally spewing out of the hill under a police station. And I sent you all the pictures of it. I've walked around over there and my goodness, it's like a tsunami coming out of the hillside. And this is after we've done our remediation. And so absolutely, we need to do more. We need to build that wall across the whole section like these Friends of Bowling Creek suggested we put in the MOU. And we need to cap it and clean it up. Lord help us in high winds and dry weather. I'm surprised we don't have parents who live all around there coming out and demanding that we do something more quickly, because it's just unbelievable when you look at it with your own eyes. And we know humans make mistakes. And, you know, I know we had this discussion before, but no one can guarantee 100% that, you know, there's not going to be a storm, that there's not building housing on this waste dump. Doesn't mean that we're going to come back and injure folks in our community. Walls fail, storms happen. You know, people dig where they shouldn't or don't inspect when they should have. Remember that bridge over in Memphis where somebody didn't inspect it for years? It was on I-40 and it had a huge crack in it. It's going to fall apart. The inspections didn't work there. Look, you know, so yes, as a town, we have no good choices here. We have to, you know, we just have less bad ones. Transporting, you know, you can put the timer up, but I'm not gonna acknowledge it. I'm almost done, and I will be brief. But as a town, we don't have any good choices here, just less bad ones. Transporting the rest of this hazardous waste to another town is just hugely expensive, and it shifts our problem. We need to cap and contain this hazardous waste dump as best we can. If we have no other choice, it seems like building offices and some sort of retail on it is what we should do with a proper remediation plan. The one we have now that we just finished didn't work. But building family housing, that's really the worst of all of our bad choices. Now look, every child in Chapel Hill deserves the chance to come to school healthy and ready to learn. And if we decide tonight to let some of our children grow up on giant mounds of hazardous coal ash, that goal becomes far harder to achieve. And that's a goal I think we all share. So let's build the wall, let's cap this stuff off, and let's build some housing or some offices and retail, and let's give up this idea to build housing on it, which no one else in the country is doing at the moment. Thank you.
Ms. Berry, then Mr. Parker. You're muted, Camille.
That would help. Sorry. Tonight, we are deciding whether or not we're going to move forward with this exploration memorandum of understanding. Tonight, we are not deciding how we're going to develop this land.
Correct.
Tonight, we are deciding if we want to make this land safe for it to be to house the people that are there. And I say house because we have our staff, we have our police force who are there many hours during the day. It gives me great pause to hear it's okay to put our staff there, but I wouldn't want people to live there. It's okay to send our workforce there day after day, but I wouldn't want to have anyone live there. It's okay for them to go and do the work for our town, for each of us, but I wouldn't want people to live there. If it is as dangerous as you say, we don't need to have anybody there at any time of day for extended periods of time. What we are looking at tonight is to see what we can do to rectify the temporary mitigation that has been made on that hillside. And I'm so grateful, Adam, that you took pictures to show why we need to speed up this, that we do not need to drag our feet anymore. I really appreciate that. We cannot say, let's wait to see how it turns out. If nothing else underscores that, those photos and the argument that you just presented really points to why we need to move forward with this MOU today. We are not binding to developing housing. We are committing to moving forward. that would be what I would be for. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parker.
And just a couple of thoughts. I think, and I want to second what Councilmember Berry just said. I think we need to move forward. And I think that a lot of folks are conflating what's there today, what will be there after it's remediated and something is built. We know that it's bad today. No one here has ever said leave it the way it is or build housing, but make sure but leave the coal ash exposed. Those are false choices that are being thrown at us. We know that we've got to remediate it. What we've heard is there will be 3 to 4 feet of clean fill on top of at a minimum on top of the coal ash if it's not actual concrete or other kinds of structural surfaces. So today what we are being asked to do is move forward. We have taken as thoughtful and as careful approach to this site as I can imagine being taken. I've been on council 6 years and we haven't gone too many months, but between hearing the latest studies, analyses, thoughts on this site. And so what we're doing tonight is taking it to the next step. We are going to be working with DEQ. They will tell us if it is safe to build family housing on this site or it's not. If it's not, then obviously we can't and won't. We've also made a commitment to do more than the minimum requirement, but to come as close to no exposure, not a safe exposure, not a minimal exposure, but no exposure to the coal ash. We know that life is full of risks. We don't want to add to them, but we are doing everything that I think we can do to bring this level of risk way below acceptable to essentially nil. So I am, strongly in favor of moving forward with the MOU so that we can take the next step and find out what it is or it can't be done there. And if my colleagues don't object, I would like to move R7 at this point so we can keep things moving.
Mr. Parker, will you, with the amendment of adding the attorney to sign it as well?
Sure, absolutely.
Second.
The move by Mr. Parker, second by Ms. Stegman. Going to ask for a roll call vote at this point. Ms. Stegman?
Aye.
Ms. Anderson?
Aye.
Ms. Berry?
Aye.
Mr. Nguyen?
Aye.
Ms. Miller-Fouché?
Aye.
Mr. Parker?
Aye.
Ms. Ryan?
Aye.
Mr. Nguyen, did I forget you? Did I get you in there? Sorry. Okay. Mr. Searing?
No.
And the mayor says aye. Motion passes 8-1. We move forward with an MOU. Thank you very much. I want to remind folks that we've rearranged the agenda to accommodate some folks. So we are going to move forward with item number 6, and we will come back to items 4 and 5. Item number 6 is to open the legislative hearing for conditional zoning application for 751 Trinity Court. Thank you.
All right, you're gonna have to forgive me. I'm using the audio on my phone tonight, so if there's any audio issues, let me know. But good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Anya Gran with the Planning Department, and we are here tonight for a conditional zoning district project at Trinity Court. And I just wanted to quickly point out that this project is highlighted here in yellow. Trinity Court is actually a driveway that kind of curves up and connects here with Pritchard Avenue. Just to the north of it is Umstead Park, and to the south is Northside Elementary School. The recommendation before you tonight is to open the legislative hearing, hear public comment, and continue the hearing to April 27th. Here's where we are in the process. It has been through the different advisory boards and commissions, and it is now before you as part of the legislative hearing. Just a reminder that this project has been on an expedited review process. And so we held a joint advisory board meeting back in mid-February. It has since been through the different advisory boards, and they have forwarded their recommendations to the town council. The project consists of a 3.2 acre site. It is currently zoned residential 4 or R4. And they're proposing to rezone it to Residential Special Standards Conditional Zoning District, or RSSCZD. There are 2 existing apartment buildings on the site that are currently vacant, and the applicant is proposing to reuse a lot of the existing improvements on the site by building atop their footprints. So they are proposing to demolish the 2 existing apartment buildings and build new apartments roughly over them, and they'll contain 54 new units. Here's a picture showing the existing conditions. All right, and here is the proposed site plan. So in red, it outlines the property boundaries. The Jordan Buffer and Resource Conservation District, or RCD, is shown here in blue. Access to the property is through an easement that's shown here with the red arrow. The yellow highlights the proposed new buildings, and a playground is highlighted here in green, and it's on the southern portion of the site. The applicant is requesting a number of modifications to regulations. They are proposing to exceed the encroachment allowed into the RCD from 10% to 13%. Only 25% of the steep slopes may be disturbed. However, the applicant proposes to disturb 34% of these. 5% of recreation space on site is required or payment in lieu, and the applicant proposes 1.5% rec space with no payment in lieu. The proposal does not include any designated parking for motorcycles, mopeds, and bicycles. The code also requires an 8-foot landscape buffer at the entrance of the driveways at Pritchard Avenue, but due to the proximity of the existing duplexes adjacent to our access easement, there just isn't space to provide for this. A 5-foot foundation buffer is also required along the building, and the applicant is proposing a 0-foot and 4-foot foundation buffer to the north of the parking area. And then no landscape island is provided after the 10th parking space. However, this stretch only contains 11 parking spaces. A minimum of 77 parking spaces are required on site, and the applicant is proposing 63%. And then no class 1 or covered bicycle spaces are to be provided. The applicant is proposing outdoor bicycle racks. And then finally, the engineering design standards require a 25-foot driveway width. The existing driveway is only 18 feet wide, and the applicant is proposing to extend it to 20 feet. As you can see, it's already pretty narrow and tight in that easement, and there just isn't the space to extend it without causing more disturbance to steep slopes. The advisory boards made a number of recommendations to the town council. The Community Design Commission, or CDC, requested an alternative location for the trash area, and they also wanted design approval for any mechanical equipment shielding. The applicant has considered different locations for the trash. However, due to the site constraints such as the steep slopes and the RCD location, their ability to relocate that trash is pretty limited. And the developer has not consented to the CDC's approval of their designs. The Transportation and Connectivity Advisory Board wanted to see micro-mobility solutions such as golf courts or golf carts to take the residents from the apartment buildings up to Pritchard Avenue. However, this goes beyond the typical services that a housing manager provides. They were also interested in covered bike parking, and the applicant has found that bike lockers on the site would be difficult, again, due to some of the site constraints that we've outlined. And then finally, there was interest in improving the connectivity to the bus stops along Pritchard Avenue by introducing painted crosswalks, and it's my understanding that the applicant has agreed to do this. The Environmental Stewardship Advisory Board, or ESAB, wanted to see vegetated parking islands to help mitigate stormwater concerns. The applicant is maintaining the existing vegetation along some of the parking areas, and they believe that this is sufficient to address any heat island effects as well as stormwater. And then finally, while the Planning Commission did not provide any recommendations to the Town Council, they did spend some time discussing a staircase that would connect Trinity Court up to McMaster Street, and the staircase would be located in an existing right-of-way. So again, the recommendation before you tonight is to open the legislative hearing, hear public comment, and then continue the hearing to April 27th. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. Otherwise, the applicant is here with a presentation.
Anya, let's let the applicant go ahead and make the presentation, then we'll say clarifying questions, please.
Hey, good evening. Is everybody able to see this?
Yes,
Great.
we can see it. Thank you.
Awesome. My name is Will Altman. I work with Timmons Group. I'm part of the design team. I do the civil site side of things, and we're here to tell you about Trinity Court. Just a quick agenda of kind of what we're running through. A brief overview of CHP and the Trinity Court program and affordability, as well as the project site overview with existing conditions and proposed. And Anya kind of went through all of the modification requests, but we'll go through that list as well, and then the building overview. I will turn it on to Samantha with CHP.
Thanks, Will. Appreciate it. Yeah, so good evening. My name is Samantha Brown, and I'm the Vice President of Real Estate Development for Community Housing Partners. Our team is going to make a presentation to you tonight on the redevelopment of Trinity Court, and I wanted to thank Town Council for hearing our presentation on tonight's agenda. So you met Will, but I'm joined by some other folks on the Trinity Court team tonight, and those include Faith Brody, with the Director of Public Housing for Chapel Hill, Emily Holt, Affordable Housing Development Officer for Chapel Hill, Tom Liebel, who's the Vice President of Mosley Architects. We also have Penny Dodson, who is the Regional Property Manager for CHP, and she will be responsible for Trinity Court, and Joshua Galloway with New Ecology, our sustainability partner. So a little bit about Community Housing Partners. We are a nonprofit mission-based organization. Our mission is to create homes and communities that are healthy, sustainable, and affordable. In addition to our real estate development services at Trinity Court, CHP will be the property manager, and will also provide resident services. Collectively, Community Housing Partners development staff have over 100 years of experience in affordable and tax credit housing, and we've developed over 6,800 affordable multifamily units over the last 35 years in 6 different states. We've been awarded over 80 competitive LIHTC projects in that same time. CHP has considerable experience and expertise in projects just like Trinity Court. Will, next slide. So on your screen is a brief overview of what we've accomplished to date in the redevelopment of Trinity Court. In 2018, Chapel Hill submitted a RAD application to HUD to redevelop the site. Since that time, the town has been working diligently to find a way to rebuild these affordable units and provide for additional affordable housing on the site, if at all possible. In 2019, Town Council, you guys, authorized the town manager to begin negotiations with potential developers. And in late 2020, the town issued an RFP for developers to submit proposals for the redevelopment of Trinity Court. In spring of 2021, town selected Community Housing Partners as the development partner to facilitate and execute the reimagining of Trinity Court. Last summer, CHP and town staff embarked on a public input process to solicit feedback from residents and from other community stakeholders on the reimagining of Trinity Court. And this past December, we submitted the conditional zoning application for the project to allow us to increase the number of units on the property from 40 to 54. Next slide, Will. Trinity Court involves the demolition of 40 existing housing units that are currently on the site. Used to be public housing. Those 40 units will be replaced with 54 units, which does increase the density of the site and the number of affordable units available in Chapel Hill. The 22-bedroom and 23-bedroom units will be replaced in kind, and we will add an additional 14 one-bedroom units by increasing the height of the buildings to 4 stories. In order to maximize the potential financial leverage on the property, we are submitting the project for 9% low-income housing tax credits in the 2022 LIHTC round. And if we are unsuccessful in the 9% competition, we will look at submitting the project for 4% credits later in 2022. Next slide. This is a quick overview of the affordability information for Trinity Court. Under the 9% scenario, there will be 40 RAD vouchers on the property, which will serve residents at 50% or less of the AMI. The complete range of income restrictions of the property will be at or below 30% AMI up to 80%. The average household income served for the entire project, so if you took all of the units on site and averaged them, would be less than 60% AMI. I think it's around 53%. The affordability period for LIHTC projects is 30 years. That's the standard. However, the term of the ground lease with the town will be 99 years, and that ground lease allows the town to maintain control of the affordability of the property through the term of the ground lease. Again, that's 99 years. And I'm now going to turn it back over to Will from Timmins to walk through the site plan.
Thanks, Samantha. Anya kind of covered probably almost all of my slides, so I'll try and make it quick. As mentioned before, this site is located in the north side neighborhood near Umstead Park and Alfred Pritchard Avenue. We do have a access easement that connects to Pritchard Avenue to our parcel. This is a picture of our existing condition plans showing the existing buildings here that are on site that are to be demoed and replaced with our new buildings. You can see the existing road coming in with parking as well. There was a little playground down here next to this lower building near the stream. There is an intermittent stream that runs through the site in between the two buildings that has both Jordan buffer and RCD 50-foot buffer on it as well. As you can see with the topo lines, the slopes are very steep, which puts a lot of constraints on the site as well. This is just a close-up view. Anya also showed where the Jordan buffer and the RCD buffer is. This runs through the site between the two buildings underneath an existing road here. This is our proposed site plan. As mentioned before, we're trying to utilize the existing footprint for both the buildings and the parking as well as the road here to minimize our impacts for steep slopes. We are showing two buildings here in the same location, as well as 63 spaces. We added 2 dumpster locations that include recycling as well to give access to both buildings. Because if some of you have been on site, you know how steep it is between building A and building B. All of our ADA units will be located in building A, giving access to the amenity spaces, both inside and out, providing ADA accessibility out here. We are showing bike spaces, parking or bike racks that will be located in the front entrances of each of these sections, as well as down in building B. There are not covered lockers that are proposed at this moment due to steep slopes and the additional costs associated with that, with retaining walls, as well as just bringing in fill. Down here, we had to add a turnaround for fire access and emergency vehicles. So that is both going to be utilized by the garbage collecting trucks as well as the emergency vehicles here. We do plan to provide a connection down to the Tanner Branch Creek Trail through this town of Chapel Hill property to the north. And I think one of the questions or concerns from one of the previous boards were about the lockers. There are individual outdoor closets for each unit, and they are large enough to store a bike in if the tenant decides to do so. So that could be an option as well. I just wanted to highlight the impacts that we are showing on the RCD and Jordan buffer. We are trying to minimize this by adding additional retaining walls. As mentioned before, the existing road width is 18 feet, but for emergency access, there needs to be a minimum of 20. So that is why we are requesting to do 20 feet rather than 25, is to minimize these impacts and the steep slopes as well as the intermittent stream and buffers. I think I covered most of this in here. We're trying to, reduce the disturbance on site since there is so many steep slopes. So we're trying to utilize the existing footprint for both the roads and the buildings. There will be 8 bike racks, which is 16 spaces that will be located outside, out front, which should be in a lit area. As mentioned before, the ADA units will be in building A and have access to all of the amenities, including the playground, covered parking, or covered outdoor eating area, as well as grilling stations. There will be accessibility from the buildings up the hill via a sidewalk to connect to Pritchard, as well as for ADA accessible or ADA people needing ADA accessibility. They are able to utilize a bus that will come down and pick them up and bring them up to or to wherever they need to go. As mentioned before, these are some of the modification requests. I won't run through these as Anya kind of ran through them pretty quickly and in detail. And now I'd like to pass it on to Tom to quickly go over the building elevations.
Thank you very much, Will. Good evening, members of council. My name is Tom Liebel. I'm a vice president with Mosley Architects and the principal in charge for this project. What you see here is the result of a series of community engagements that we had. We did visual preference surveys to walk through with potential tenants, previous tenants of Trinity Court, both what the building should look like to feel like it's part of Chapel Hill, and also some amenities they would like associated with it. And the result of that, that inquiry is what you see here. As been noted previously, we were significantly limited by the topography. We're basically landing right on top of the existing building footprint. That's the only place you can really build on this site. What you see here is from the south elevation, which is the parking lot side. We have a 3-story walk up. You can walk down to a partial lower level that fronts onto the Umstead Park side. It's going to have some amazing views there. Basically, we're working with kind of a craftsman-ish kind of design vocabulary. Once again, working with the community to figure out what feels like it would fit into to Chapel Hill and into the woods there. If you go to a slide, Will. And this is the side elevations of it. Once again, kind of showing the site topography and the fact that we're stepping down from 3 stories with an extra level on the back side there. Slide. Here's the smaller building, what we're calling Building B, which is this is only 14 units. The other building is 40 units and similar design vocabulary though. And slide. Side units of that very similar, and slide. That should be about it. So we now turn to questions, I believe.
Thank you. If you could bring us back to the full screen. Clarifying questions from council. Ms. Stegman, followed by Mr. Searing and Ms. Ryan.
Thanks for this presentation. Thanks. Most of my questions are for staff, but starting with, so I'm a little bit unclear, I think, for this and for J Street as well, where the affordability agreements, the final agreements go. Do they go in the entitlement? Do they go in the ground lease? If and when we do that, where do we capture those agreements?
Thank you, Councilmember Stegman. This is Faith Brody, your Public Housing Director, and I'll take that question. They will actually be in the actual agreement that will be put before you before it's actually signed. We're still operating under the MOU at this time. After we find out about the housing tax credits, we will create a agreement with our community housing partners, and you will review that and check to see that everything fits your standards, and it'll be in that agreement.
Okay, Thank you. And to follow up on that, with how does, I know staff has helpfully explained that the affordability, the tax credit is 30 years, but our agreement with them would be 99 years. So how does that work? How does the town make sure that what mechanisms are in place for the town to make sure that whatever is on that property stays affordable for those 99 years?
And I believe Emily Holt probably is in a better position to respond to that than I. Emily, are you?
I mean, so I'm Emily Holt, the Affordable Housing Development Officer, and I don't want to get too specific because that's something we'll be working through with our outside counsel, and probably better responded by them. You know, I don't know if Samantha, you have anything to weigh in on there, but I think it would be a combination of what goes into the development contract as well as the ground lease.
Yeah, I mean, the ground lease is going to be a restriction on the property for 99 years. So I think there'll be some negotiation that happens within the ground lease, and I think there'll be a lot of things that are hashed out in that ground lease. Again, as CHP, as the owner developer, we're only owning the structure that's on the land. So the ground lease could contemplate a lot of different things. And if it's Chapel Hill's intention that that property only house affordable units for the full term of the ground lease, then that will be written into that ground lease.
Okay, thank you. And what's the timing of sort of the entitlement, the ground lease? Like, what order are these agreements going to be set?
So what we have thus far is the MOU, and we have an option to execute the ground lease. After we find out about the tax credits will start working on the contract or the agreement. So we're looking at hopefully by May of 2023 is when everything will be executed.
But we're going to vote, council is going to vote on the conditional zoning application before that. Is that right?
Yes, because we have
Right.
to have zoning in place in order to apply
To get the tax credit.
Right, got it. Okay,
Obey
that
them.
makes sense. That makes sense. What's my other question? So I know the affordability that was described in the slides is dependent on the 9%, on getting the 9% tax credit. So if you don't get the 9%, are you planning or thinking that those affordability commitments will have to change, or is that kind of what we're going for, period?
It just depends. It'll be another conversation with the town as to how we as a team want to proceed. And there could be several reasons why, if we don't get the credits, the 9% credits this year, there could be several different reasons why. And some of them might be, you know, a cliff where we say, okay, we'll never get 9% credits. We need to pursue a different avenue if we want to try and put affordable units here. And some of those reasons might be, well, you know, it could be that we get credits if we go back next year. So there'll have to be a lot of different decisions that are made. And we won't know until we know, you know. So I don't want to speculate on what we're going to do because there's a lot of different paths we could take.
Right. There's a lot of variables at this point. I understand that. What is HUD's role in this? Since it's a RAD, do they have a role in inspections or ensuring we're meeting the HUD requirements, or?
Yes.
So actually, our community housing partners is working two pathways. They're meeting the low income tax credit requirements, as well as responding to the RAD requirements. So HUD is definitely still very much involved in this, and there are certain conditions that the community housing partner has to meet in terms of that HUD decision. So yes, even if everything goes swimmingly, we get the 9%, there are certain inspections that HUD still will require.
Okay.
And HUD regulations rule all.
Thank you, they do.
Okay, that makes sense. And I'm almost done, I promise. Who is going to manage the vouchers for the unit-based vouchers? Is that Orange County, or I think that's what we had said, but I'm not sure.
Well, at this time, it looks like HUD is actually going to manage the vouchers.
Oh.
They will be the voucher administrator.
Oh, okay. So it's not like the tenant-based vouchers.
Correct. It's property-based.
Okay. Okay. That's helpful. And last question. For the units that aren't the voucher-based units, the other 14, are you going to accept tenant-based vouchers for those units?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
But maybe Penny, you could respond to this. Those units are set at 60 and 80% AMI. Can you use a voucher on those units?
Yes, you certainly can.
I just wanted to make sure so I wasn't providing incorrect information. So yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's it. Appreciate it.
Mr. Searing, followed by Ms. Ryan.
Yeah, I just had a couple questions about design for Mr. Altman. So the first one was I went through the plans and they look great. The encroachments in the Resource Conservation District and the buffer, it seemed to me to be pretty minimal and necessary. And when I kept looking through the plans, it's necessary to really make the project, the kind of project that we'd like. But I wanted to get your impression about that? Is that correct? Do you think that's a good assessment, or what do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. That was kind of a big concern for us too. That was one of the main reasons why we wanted to only widen to 20 feet and provide that 5-foot sidewalk between the two buildings. That's where we, impacted the RCD, as well as where that fire turnaround was, which was pretty necessary. If we had shifted the building B to the west, it would have caused a lot of problems with steep slopes and you wouldn't have had parking right in front of the building. So that's why that turnaround had to kind of be where it was. We are utilizing walls to minimize that impact as well, rather than tying back to a typical 3-to-1 slope.
Thanks. And then the other question I have for you, if you could just talk a little bit more about the Tanier Branch Trail connection down there. I think that's a good amenity, but how do you guys envision it being constructed?
Well, I'd actually like for Faith to address that question.
Okay.
Because that connection is actually on town land, so it's not really us doing it.
Okay. And the beauty of it, it's a partnership with our Parks and Rec department, who has a bunch of Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts that have been working out there on the weekend to upgrade the walking trail. So it's not an amenity per se that our developer is providing, but another example of good partnership between town departments of making it happen.
So it's going to be like a natural surface trail. It
already is.
Yeah, no, I know it also already is already, but we're not envisioning building some big paved thing or anything like that.
Not at all. We want to keep it as natural as possible.
Yeah. Okay. Those are my questions. Sounds good. Sounds like a good project.
Ms. Ryan, then Mr. Parker, and we have many members of the public sign up to speak. So,
okay, got a couple quick ones. Why did you decide to go to 80% AMI on some of the units?
Well, we like to have mixed income at a property. There's been historically concerns about concentrating poverty, so it's always a good idea to try and mix your incomes. And then financially, when you have a good percentage of your units at 30% AMI, it really helps to balance your units and your income, your rental revenue to the property with some 80% units. And that is a tool that's only been around for a couple of years now. It's called income averaging, that the LIHTC program allows you to do that.
Thank you. Thanks to Karen for asking the questions about all the deed restrictions and the affordability levels. I think it's going to be real important to make sure that we maintain that going forward. I'm really happy that we're doing the ground leasing so that we're going to be able to have some guarantees around that. And just a question about if you get the modification for the street width, you won't be having to rebuild that bridge. Is that correct?
That's right, Will?
Sorry, do you mind repeating your question?
Yeah, I just want to check if you don't have to, if you get the modifications you're asking for the street width, you don't have to rebuild that bridge across the RCD, correct?
Yeah, so we are widening it from 18 feet to 20 and having a 5-foot sidewalk. If we do not get that modification, we will have to widen it to 25 feet, which would encroach on that intermittent stream. Currently, we are not touching the stream. We are just encroaching a little bit on the buffers. But if we do have to go to that 25 feet, we will have to encroach on the stream.
So are you rebuilding the understructure then? Is that to widen it?
So we don't fully have an idea of what's there, but we'll try to utilize the existing as much as possible and not disturb areas.
Okay. I guess I would just ask if, as you do that engineering, if you would consult with some folks about wildlife corridors and RCD and good design standards for wildlife, that would be great. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Parker?
Yeah, a couple of things. First, just to follow up on the ground lease, which is 99 years and it guarantees affordability, or will hopefully for 99 years. But given, what happened with the existing structure, it's unlikely that what you're building will last 99 years. So what happens at 50 years? What happens if at some point those buildings, just are used up, so shall we say, and need to be replaced? How would that all work? Will a lease govern provisions for that kind of a scenario? Or would it give, CHP the right to build new buildings subject to conditional zoning or whatever was in place in 50 years or 60 years? But, it's unlikely that the buildings will last the life of the ground lease.
Right. And yeah, again, that's all to be negotiated as part of the ground lease. So, we haven't even started yet. So I can't speak to what's not there yet. But all of those things can be contemplated. All those scenarios can be contemplated in the final ground lease.
Okay, and in terms of the bicycles, two thoughts. One is for the outdoor bicycles, racks. I don't know exactly where they are relative to the buildings. Is it possible to put some kind of not a cover, but like an awning or something, so that bicycles, at least if they're outside, are protected from, rain and some of those, the worst of the elements, because otherwise those racks are going to be, very usable only intermittently. And then secondly, I know there was another project that we saw a couple of years ago where there were bicycle hooks installed within the apartment, so people who wanted to protect their bikes could just hang the bike on the wall in their apartments if they wished to. So have you looked into the possibility of putting bicycle hooks inside of the units, either for everybody or on demand?
We haven't. That's certainly something that we could look at. And like Will had mentioned, North Carolina Housing Finance Agency requires us to have storage for each unit. So each unit has, and Tom, correct me if I'm wrong, it's 15 square feet
16,
of storage.
yeah.
15, 16 square feet of storage that has a door from the actual breezeway. So you could, technically you could get your bike in that 15 square feet if you wanted to keep it in the storage area rather than in your apartment. But certainly a bike hook in the apartment is an easy fix.
But again, getting back to the earlier part of my question, is it possible to build some kind of an awning, a sheet metal awning or something over the bike racks so that it offers some level of protection against the worst of the elements?
What do you think, Tom?
To talk about that the reason why we are kind of against that is that it really takes away from the building itself. The bike racks are located kind of right up front, and as you can tell, our sidewalks and parking lot are probably 10 feet to 15 feet max from the building. So putting an awning over that will start blocking windows and not allow the sunlight to come through, and kind of take away from what we received as comments of what they want the building to look like from the community. That is why we decided against that.
Okay, thank you.
And we're going to move to comments from the public now, please. Council members can save theirs for the comments back. Again, we're not voting on this issue tonight. This is the first of 2 public hearings. We have a number of people signed up, so we wish to hear from you. Again, if you can keep your comments to the 3-minute window, we'd appreciate that. And we want to bring you in 2 at a time when possible. Thank you.
Okay, we start with Shanita Howard, but I don't see her on. So we'll go to Yvette Matthews, followed by Kathy Atwater.
Can you hear me now?
Welcome, we can hear you.
Okay, what's up? Hi, everybody. Happy birthday, Pamela.
Thank you.
And the other person who had a birthday too. Just want to say that. Okay. I'm very supportive of 30% AMI. And I'm thinking, I live right around the corner from Trinity Court. And so I think that what's going on within our community, and I have to say I am the community because I live in it. And I'm concerned about the fact that our community doesn't seem to feel that they are being seen or being heard. And I understand that you guys want to do the 30% and 80%, whatever that is. I think that everybody is very clear about graphs and charts and numbers. This has been going on for quite a while. I've been doing this for almost 8-9 years. And even though we have come to the meetings that you've asked us to, you always say that you don't see people who look like me at your meetings. A lot of us are not comfortable at your meetings, and they kind of whack, so we don't really come. But you have been open to coming to us, and I appreciate that. But I think our concern is that if you're going to build something for this specific community who is really suffering every day, because I work at the Community Empowerment Fund, and I'm on the front lines every day, and I see these people who are homeless, fixed income, and low income people. And they cannot afford Chapel Hill rent. We all know that, which is why 30% AMI and below is very important to us. They're not making enough money. We're not asking for a handout. We're just asking you to build something that we can afford. And so Trinity Court would be something that we could afford. So I think that if you're going to build something, you should think about every community, every AMI. I'm not saying 80% AMI is not important either, but I am saying that they can afford more than a 30% AMI can and below. And I think that you guys should really consider thinking about a population that you're not servicing there. But I really want everybody to know that we need to have.
Yvette, you muted yourself.
Okay, I'm sorry. I just think that you guys need to consider the fact that there's a population that is suffering, and everybody needs to have a decent place to live.
Thank
That's all
you.
I'm saying.
Thank you. Kathy, you're next. You got some bright posters behind you.
Yes, I've got my support team behind me. This is Kathy Atwater. I am a lifelong member of the Chapel Hill community, the Northside community. Let me see if I can cut my speaker off. Don't time me yet. I'm trying to get with, okay, here we go. All righty. Again, I'm Kathy Atwater, a lifelong member of the Chapel Hill community and the Northside community. And behind me are supporters of affordable housing for Chapel Hill. And we are so excited about this project, and we are looking forward to it going forth. As Ms. Yvette had just said, that there is more affordable housing needed in Chapel Hill. We have a population that has been here as long as I've been here, and yet they're still searching for housing, which is a disgrace to the Chapel Hill community. It's a disgrace to have people who have worked with this community all their life and still can't afford to live here. It's a disgrace to see people who were born here have to move to Hillsborough or Pittsburgh or other parts to afford to live. That's a disgrace to the Chapel Hill community, especially when we have people, as I said, who have worked hard to make this community strive. So we're asking that you will support this project. We're asking the developers of the project that you make this project such that even you would like to live there. Don't give people something that you wouldn't want to live there. Give something that's going to be accommodating to everybody, whether low income, middle income, high income, whatever it is, because everybody deserves a decent place to live, and everybody deserves an opportunity to have a place to live and to bring themselves up if they desire to. But again, make this project so that everybody would want to live there. And my biggest concern is making sure that there's safety access for the neighbors that are going to live there, that they're going to be able to come and go safely, that emergency vehicles are going to be able to enter safely, exit safely. If there's an emergency, that everybody won't be stuck where they are, that they'll be able to get out safely. So please make sure that there's safety included in these projects. And we do support, we say, keep it 100, make it affordable for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we have Jennifer Player next, followed by Robert Beasley.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the Town Council. It is hard to follow Miss Yvette and Miss Kathy, but I will give it a try. My name is Jennifer Player, and I work for Habitat for Humanity of Orange County, but I'm here tonight representing the Orange County Affordable Housing Coalition and to express our full support for both the Trinity Court and the upcoming J Street development in downtown Chapel Hill. I know we're about to talk about that soon. You all know, in my work at Habitat for Humanity, we focus on home ownership, but all of our homeowners were once renters. And many of them, when they were renters in this community, were paying more than half of their income on rent. These are local families who are often forced to make really tough decisions between paying exorbitant and growing rent prices or putting healthy food on the table, moving an hour away from their jobs, or living in homes that are much too small for their family's needs. We believe in the Orange County Housing Coalition that affordable multifamily rental housing is a critical part of the housing continuum for lower income community members. So approving both the Trinity Court and the J Street developments is an opportunity to provide 100 new and badly needed affordable rental units in Chapel Hill. These homes, as you've already heard, will be located in close proximity to public transportation, great schools, green parks, and other town amenities, and they will remain permanently affordable for decades to come. As the coalition wrote in a letter to you all recently, the low-income housing tax credit is the most significant affordable housing production program in the country. And it is really great for us as a community to support and to submit more than one project each year. Chapel Hill, for many, many years, has not submitted any LIHTC projects. And so we are just really excited to see that both of these projects will be able to apply for the LIHTC funding, which has been so scarce in Chapel Hill. And just want to applaud the town for recent efforts to expedite these review processes that really make it possible for affordable housing developers to meet these deadlines and apply for these funding applications. So thank you again. I know that you all believe in housing. This is, to me, a really great example of what can be accomplished when our elected officials take bold action to solve what we all know is a really complicated and growing problem: using surplus land, engaging in public-private partnerships, committing town funds, and reducing regulatory barriers to ensure that more people who serve our community can also live here. So I encourage you to vote yes when you have an opportunity to do so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Great. I'll try and be brief. First, I really want to thank the town council and the advisory boards for coming up and pushing forward with the accelerated advisory board schedule that was used for this. As a member of the public, I actually really liked it. I found it very helpful. I thought it worked really well. I hope you'll do it again. I've been interested in Trinity Court for about a year. When I first learned about it, I walk by it every day when I walk my dog. This is a really important project. I want to commend the developer in how they've approached it. It's been very clear, the decision-making process, why they're doing things. This is a good project, and I'm very hopeful that it will get to 9% and move forward quickly. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thought we had one more. Oh, she's already over. Pristine.
Hello, my name is Pristine and
Okay.
I'm a high schooler.
Welcome.
My name is Pristine and I'm a high schooler in Chapel Hill, and I just wanted to touch on the value of these affordable apartments at J Street and Trinity Court, especially with them being within walking distance of Northside Elementary. Like, it would be really convenient for students to walk to school or to walk home, really to just be like near their learning community. And I know this is something I value because I get to walk to and from my own high school. And to add on to that, these projects could be more cost effective for the town school districts, since school buses may not be needed as much in that area. And lastly, these developments having affordable housing units would mean that children from the families living in those units would have access to the highly funded Chapel Hill Carborough school system, which is important for improving equity and equal opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to bring it back now to council and remind you that we still have 3 other items to get through. This is the first of the public hearing. So if you could keep your comments into things you want to see before the next public hearing, that would be great. And then we will work towards that. So let's see what we got. And again, we're not voting this evening. We just continue this public hearing. Ms. Ryan?
Yeah, one of the modifications to regulations you're asking for is waiving the payment in lieu for recreation. And I would just like you to come back to the next meeting and maybe we can talk about that more. I think that, recreation space for everybody in town is really important, especially development where you're going to have kids. I know you're putting a tot lot in, and there may not be room on your site, but a payment in lieu can go to making improvements to the trail to help the kids get around, to nearby Umstead Park to give them more recreation opportunities. So I think just if you can come back next time and we could talk about that a little bit more, that would be great. Thank you.
Ms. Stegman?
Just super quick, I would love to see shade for the outdoor spaces, the tot lot, the playground space, whatever outdoor spaces, as much shade as we can incorporate. Thanks.
Okay, Ms. Anderson and Ms. Berry.
Yeah, thank you. It would be helpful for me if we could get a little bit more clarity or work done on the ground lease and the kind of provisions around that, and understanding better how we maintain that affordability or what the options are, if things, if the building needs to be redone, or all those questions that were asked. I think it would be helpful to get some more, I guess, a little further down the road on that negotiation, if possible. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Berry?
Also looking forward, because I'm in favor of this project, I would like to explore, if you haven't already, should, I'm having a brain freeze here, folks. Should the developer decide to sell at some point before that agreement is up, that we designate a first right of refusal. That is something that was done in the town of Carrboro with the landings. And I would like for us to consider that as well. Thank you.
Mr. Searing?
Yeah, we had some discussion tonight about bicycles and bicycle storage and different options, and I'd just like to offer the resources of the cycling community. I think there's a lot of folks who don't want to be outdone by the Boy Scouts helping with the trail, and I'd certainly be willing to be a point of contact and to try and help if there's a way we can assist with some of these bicycle storage ideas and stuff and coming up with solutions. So.
I'm going to say thank you. I know council is very supportive of creating more affordable housing. This is one of our sites. We've been sad that we had to reduce affordable units in order to shut down Trinity Court, but we're excited about a new opportunity. So I need a motion to continue this public hearing on to April 27th, please.
So moved.
Been moved by Ms. Berry, second by Mr. Nguyen. We will need a roll call vote, please. Ms. Stegman?
Aye.
Ms. Anderson?
Aye.
Ms. Berry?
Aye.
Mr. Nguyen?
Aye.
Ms. Miller-Fushi?
Aye.
Mr. Parker?
Aye.
Ms. Ryan?
Aye.
Mr. Searing?
Aye.
And the mayor says aye as well. Thank you all for your comments. Thank you for the presentation. We look forward to seeing you back. And if you have answers to some of the questions raised before then, that would be great. Good job, Ms. Brody and team. So thank you very much. All right. Again, a friendly reminder, we're moving on to the item number 7, which is to open the legislative hearing for conditional zoning application for 110 J Street. I'll just make a short comment. We had considered a policy that was asked for, a consideration of policy by council back in the fall about open space. There was a lot of confusion that we sent this to our boards, a lot of confusion about the intent of this policy. So the manager and I agreed that we would pull it for now and discuss the issues before us, and we'll determine if we bring that back. But it was an attempt to figure out if there needed to be a policy or not and to have a discussion, but we have a lot on our agenda and we want to take each project right now as it's before us. So who is presenting? Becky, you presenting the?
Yes, and I'm going to do the same as Anya with my phone and video, so hopefully we don't have any issues there.
Thank you.
All right, can everyone see the presentation?
We can.
Okay. All right, good evening, Mayor and Council. My name's Becky McDonald, and tonight we have a conditional zoning application for J Street Apartments. Just to orient you, this is the Northside Neighborhood Conservation District. The Northside Elementary School is this building here, and this is the Trinity Court project that we were just talking about. So you can see the project site is located over here along the Southern Railroad, along the border with the town of Carrboro. So again, our process is we've gone through a staff review, advisory board, and commission review, and tonight we are opening the legislative hearing with council action scheduled for April 27th. And I won't go into this in too much detail again, but this is the same chart that Anya showed previously for the Trinity Court project, outlining our expedited review for these 2 affordable housing projects. And the recommendation tonight is to open the legislative hearing, receive comments, and continue the hearing to April 27th. So the site is an 8.6 acre site, again, located along the edge of the town of Chapel Hills limits adjacent to the Northside Neighborhood Conservation District. The proposal is a conditional zoning to rezone to residential special standards conditional zoning district. It's currently zoned residential 3 and it's currently vacant. And the rezoning would allow the construction of 48 affordable housing units. This is the site plan, and just so you know, so it's been reoriented a bit. So if I go back, most of the development is located on the northern half of the site here. And so this is flipping it on its side, and north is now located, is towards the right here. This green line shows the edge of the Resource Conservation District on the site. So the development will be outside of that protected area. The site will be accessed off of J Street over here where the red arrow is. There will be 2 main community buildings containing the 48 units shown in blue here. This green area is the community building. The orange area shows the location of a playground and picnic area, as well as a trail that would connect to the Tanyard Branch Greenway. And then just a couple other features. The circles here show where the solid waste facilities are located, and the stars call out the proposed bike parking. The developer is requesting 1 modification to regulations for the number of parking spaces. There's a 93 maximum number of parking spaces, and the proposal is for 100 parking spaces. So those 7 extras are for parking for community events and things of that nature. We've also brought this project to our advisory boards and commissions. The Community Design Commission, they did not actually make a formal recommendation on the project. They had a couple other comments and questions that they wanted answered, including some responses to the urban design comments and a couple requests about the site layout. The Transportation and Connectivity Advisory Board recommended approval with conditions. And then in the right column, the notes with an asterisk are the conditions that we have included in the Ordinance A to address those requests from the advisory boards. So Transportation Board requested to extend the sidewalk along Village Drive and add a bus pad, as well as expand bus service to the area. The Housing Advisory Board did not, they recommended approval with no conditions. Environmental Stewardship Advisory Board also recommended approval with conditions for conservation easement on the southern portion of the site, and we've included a condition addressing that in Ordinance A. They also requested buildings be solar ready and to explore rooftop solar and to consider additional deciduous tree plantings in some of the buffer areas. The Planning Commission also recommended approval with conditions. The requested application regarding the parking not be approved as part of this ordinance. And so again, our recommendation tonight is to open the legislative hearing and receive comments and then continue the hearing to April 27th. And I'm happy to answer questions, and the developer is also here with a presentation.
Let's let the developer make the presentation and we'll hold questions.
Okay. Okay. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, we can see it.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Mayor, members of Town Council. My name is Dustin Mills. I'm the president of Taft Mills Group. I am joined here tonight as part of our presentation by our development partner, Community Home Trust, and Kimberly Sanchez, who is the executive director of that organization, is with us tonight as well. In addition, our architect, Jonathan LaCourte with Consolidated Design Group, is available for questions. And Tim Smith, who's with Summit Design and Engineering, who's the civil engineer on the development, is available for questions as well. So some of these slides, in the interest of time, I'll go through pretty quickly. The project history is a slide that you've seen before, but just as a reminder, back in June of 2018, the Town Council voted to, or identified the J Street site as a target for affordable housing development. And fast forward to the process by which our firm, collectively speaking, Taft Mills Group and Community Home Trust, was selected in the spring of 2021, and we've been working our way through the process ever since then. And we find ourselves, like Trinity, in the middle of the tax credit application cycle, and that's why we are here before you tonight seeking a conditional rezoning approval that will allow us to take the next step in submitting our final tax credit application in this coming May. So a little bit about Taft Mills Group. We're based in Greenville, about an hour and 30 minutes east of Chapel Hill. Our firm has developed about 1,000 units of affordable housing under the tax credit program over the past 6 to 7 years. The principals in our organization, myself and my partner, have developed over 100 affordable housing communities in multiple states, and we're 35-year veterans of the industry, collectively speaking. As a firm, we're active in North Carolina, Virginia, and Maryland, and we're proud to say that we're one of the top 50 affordable housing developers in the country. And so with that, Kimberly, I'll turn it over to you to talk a little bit about Community Home Trust and give the members of council an overview of our development.
Sure. Good evening, everybody. I am not going to take the time to introduce CHT, as we've been your trusted partner for 30 years. But I do want to mention that since this public-private partnership was formed, CHT has taken very seriously our role in amplifying the community's voice in this project, which was what we consider to be very much our role. And as an affordable housing provider, advocate, and co-developer now, we've been able to provide community voice at every stage of this development, and Taft Mills has been an incredibly receptive partner in this venture. This slide here attempts to illustrate the numerous opportunities provided throughout this process for public engagement and comment. Almost 1 year ago, we began our community engagement efforts to include meetings initiated by the development team, by the town, commission and board meetings. You can see it all on the slide. Myself and Community Home Trust staff member Ian walked through the property with the Village West residents as well. During this period of time, all of the public comment that has been provided we have acted on, whether we have shifted design, whether we have looked at alternative structures, different parking, different amenities. We've analyzed all of that information as we've heard it. Community Home Trust has spearheaded the transparency of information related to this project from day one. We developed a webpage that you can see here, includes up-to-date information regarding meetings, FAQs, videos, email signups to continue receiving information, and access to a survey that seeks feedback on project amenities and services. It can be translated easily with a click of a button into Spanish, Chinese, Burmese, and all other types of languages. We also have an online form there to submit questions directly to the development team, and let me tell you, it has been used. This slide here illustrates the feedback survey, which we continue to send to partners and neighbors that will help us adjust the amenities and services we will provide at the J Street location. Our efforts to get this to the community include paper surveys. Housing Coalition has been wonderful distributing this. And this survey does not end after you vote. Next slide. This just illustrates a snapshot of a recent community event that captured support both the J Street and Trinity Court developments, making it 100. Next slide. And then this slide articulates the specifics of who this community will serve, its accessibility, and the partnerships we are creating to make sure this community is diverse. We will accept vouchers. We accept them at the landings. We will do that here. It is very important to us. We know it is very important to this community. So important, in fact, that we are working with Orange County to see if there is a way that we can bring project-based vouchers to this project. It will be the first time Orange County has done that. It'll be the first time that we have as well. We will establish and support a tenant advocacy committee to make sure tenants are provided with opportunities to comment on their experiences and provide feedback on their needs. This property will be managed, unlike Trinity Court, this property will be managed by a third-party management company. Neither myself nor our co-developer Taft Mills has the expertise to manage these types of projects because of the heavy regulations that they do have. And our tenant selection will comply with federal and state fair housing rules, but we intend to be just as involved in this project as we are in our property in Carrboro. So, Dustin, I'll let you continue.
Okay. Thank you, Kimberly. Again, you've seen this slide before, but for those who haven't, many of you have, but for those who haven't, the total site is about 7 acres. We anticipate about 3.5 of the acres to remain undisturbed. And the things that attracted us to this site initially were access to public transportation, the proximity to North Side, the proximity to amenities like grocery stores and other shopping, and then the tremendous amenity, which is the direct access to the Tanyard Branch Trail. And I'm sorry, again, the green area just is a rough representation. The southernmost portion of this site will remain undeveloped, and we'll talk a little bit more about that later. We talked about the long-term lease previously, but again, I think it's important to reiterate that the town of Chapel Hill will maintain ownership of the parcel. Like Trinity, our development partnership between TMG and Community Home Trust will own the buildings, but the town will retain ownership. There has been some mention, and we're willing to adhere to it. We would have to figure out how to paper it up, but putting or placing a conservation easement on the undisturbed portion of the site that we just showed on the previous slide. Again, we talked about 48 affordable units, and all of the units will be tied to 80% or below, with 25% of the units at or below 30% AMI targeting. You'll see it on the site plan, but there are 2 residential buildings and a clubhouse, and the clubhouse has an on-site management office, a community room, a fitness center, a community kitchen area, and a business center. One of the things that we are very excited about is the opportunity to not only provide public access to the Tanyard Branch Trail with parking in the general area that's available to not only the residents of our community at J Street, but also the general public. And the path that will take that will access the Tanyard Branch Trail will be ADA accessible. One of the things that you'll see is a meandering path that Brian Peterson suggested that we do. We'll talk about that a little bit later. And as mentioned earlier, we are requesting 100 parking spaces. That is slightly more than the town of Chapel Hill's requirement. There has been some discussion, especially at Planning Commission, requesting a reduction of 7 spaces. We are fully accepting of that. And if the town council ultimately decides to ask that of us, we would welcome that reduction. 27 bike spaces are provided, and as is the same case with Trinity, each individual unit has its own secure storage location that has a lock, a door, and a roof over it for covered secure access. We do anticipate having an electric vehicle charging station, and as was suggested in one of the advisory boards, we're going to construct the roof structures to be solar ready as an opportunity for future solar panel use. And when it's all said and done, we anticipate this being about $11.7 million investment in the community. Won't spend a lot on this slide, but just wanted to provide just a structure of how the ownership will work in case we needed to come back to that as a point of reference. But J Street would land lease. Again, the land remains town owned, and we would have a tax credit investor. Community Home Trust and Taft Mills Group are the parties that will make up the J Street project specific ownership entity. We had multiple meetings with Brian Peterson. The pictures that you see on the right are notes that he has provided to us with his comments. Not going to go through all of the items on the left, but we were able to address many of the items that you see. In fact, for building, you see arts and craft inspired motif. The building that you see on the right that you'll see in the next slide is what we proposed initially. And I think that you'll see in this particular area, if you can see my cursor, there are areas that Brian has drawn into the buildings that try to anchor the buildings and provide a little bit more activity at the entry points to those buildings. And so we'll address that shortly, but we can come back to this if anybody has any specific questions. This is the site plan, as was mentioned in staff's report, 2 residential buildings here and the clubhouse. wanted to draw attention to the 2 points of access for trash and recycling. There's been some questions because I think originally there was the thought that there was only one, but there are two. This is the meandering sidewalk, and clearly that's a rough representation of what Brian had suggested. But his suggestion was kind of run the ridge line, make it informal, make it, it's not a hardscape path, but it delivers access down to Broad Street, which really opens up the property from a walkability standpoint. And then the access point to Tanyard Branch Trail is here. You can go back to any other questions. This was the original concept plan. We've shared this publicly in many meetings. We have sought feedback and gotten some really positive feedback. One of the things that we took away, in addition to Brian's suggestions, were, something that looks a little more reflective of the color palette that we see in Village West. And so the next slide is one that we shared in some of many of our advisory board meetings that we haven't had the opportunity to share with you since our last meeting. But if you can see in this rendering, we're starting to anchor the entry points, which was Brian suggesting. We're creating opportunities for outdoor gathering. There'll be the bike locations will be back here. He suggested screening for where the HVAC units are. And although we do anticipate, there will be trees that are unfortunately removed as part of the development process, we do anticipate trying to get trees back close to the building for aesthetic reasons, but also for solar reduction reasons from the building design. So as you can see in here and here, we tried to capture some of the browns and the earthy tones that we see as we travel through Village West and their surrounding areas. And we're happy with the next phase of where we are today. This is not the final version. We'll certainly continue to vet this with the neighbors and future design shreds that we'll be undertaking over the summer, but we feel like it's a good next step in the process. This is pretty important here because one of the biggest pushbacks that we received and concerns from neighbors was that the existing J Street wasn't sufficient, and the existing J Street in this picture is represented by the red lines here. And the improvements that we propose as part of this development is a 27-foot wide new road with a sidewalk that runs along J Street. And exiting our property, there's a crosswalk to provide access to that. And I think it's important to note that the new sidewalk does not, impede into any Village West property lines. And the existing or the new road actually is slightly outside of and further away from where it presently is located from Village West. In addition, we'll be adding a crosswalk along Village Drive. We got feedback and we are willing to adhere to this suggestion, but we are improving this sidewalk along Village Drive, and both of the bus stops will be improved. And we somebody suggested, and we thought it was a great idea, to try to have some public art as part of that design process. This is just a visual representation, so you can kind of see at ground level what I just showed you on a plan set. Again, crosswalks for the area that Village West maintains, improved a new sidewalk here, improved sidewalks here, and then the two bus stops that you see here. Of rendering that you've seen before, we have not updated it with the new color scheme, but this is more of just a layout so that you can see scale, proximity to other buildings, the similarity to the multifamily that is in the area as far as placement in relationship to the railroad and buffers and such. Again, just another visual here. From a traffic standpoint, we thought it was important to conduct a traffic analysis. We voluntarily submitted ourselves to that, and the town suggested, and we engaged HMTB. The feedback that we got were, as you can see here, basically generated that there's no additional study area, didn't cause any additional study area intersections to experience deficient traffic operations in any peak hour. And so we wanted to highlight that. They did make recommendations about sidewalks, which we have incorporated into our design, and they did talk about monitoring queuing at MLK and Umstead so that if an adjustment in the traffic program needed to be undertaken, it could be. And so I've got Tim here tonight, but I'm going to blaze through this quickly, but if there are any technical questions, Tim Smith's available. But we made some changes based on feedback that we got. And one of the major ones that is a major cost challenge, but we're willing to do it, is all the stormwater is now going to be underground. And now if there are any specific questions about that, I'll be happy to have Tim elaborate on that. We did remove 4 spaces in addition to the 100 that we're asking at the end of a turnaround area, and we did shift the dumpsters away from the existing residential developments. So with that, we are available for questions.
If you could bring us back to full screen, please. Thank you. Council members, clarifying questions. We have public wanting to ask, and we're, again, a friendly reminder, we're not voting this evening. We will be bringing this item back on April 27th. Ms. Ryan. Then Mr. Searing. You're muting.
Yep, I see it. There we go. Thanks for that presentation. It was very thorough. Can you tell me how high it looks like there's a retaining wall on the slope to hold part of your parking lot? Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. Yes.
Can you tell me how high that is at the highest point?
At the highest point, it's about 10 feet tall, about the middle way along that property.
Okay. And again, just that as you go forward, that screening that from the neighbors will be great because they're going to sit quite a bit up above what's going there. I'm very happy that you're talking about putting the unused land into a conservation easement. Is there a reason why the town isn't just keeping control of that area while it's being transferred to this project? I don't know if that's a staff question or.
I'll defer to staff on that. Emily?
That is being contemplated, Councilman Ryan. I think that's part of, like with Trinity, when we were talking about the terms of the lease that are being contemplated, that is something that's under consideration.
Great, thank you. And you know, whoever owns it, I would be very happy to have it be in a conservation easement. I was in a meeting the other night and a developer was saying that for apartment buildings, it's usually more like 1.6 parking spaces per unit. And you've got quite a lot more than that. Can you talk about what standards you used and how you developed that number?
Sure, absolutely. The tax credit program requires 1.75 spaces per family unit. And so that was the starting point, and that equates to about 84 units. We typically add on top of that units for the community building to accommodate visitors and guests. And in addition, we removed the spaces, but we contemplated some additional spaces to accommodate the additional, the access point of the Tanyard Branch Trail. Where the access point is located now at the end of J Street, there's just several individual spaces that gets a little tight down there. So we had anticipated and still do that members of the public, if they know about it, and we intend to promote it, that would park down near our access point. And so that was kind of the starting point. And so that's where we are. We don't have any objection to reducing it slightly, but the agency requirement, if we were to go below the agency requirement, we would have to request a variance from the North Carolina Housing Finance Agency, and we elected not to do that. I don't disagree with the assessment of what you said about 1.65. That's kind of our finding as well, but we have conditioned ourselves to meet the Housing Finance Agency standard because of there's not a lot of precedent for them issuing waivers. Thank you.
No, and I know you want to be careful as you're moving what you're asking them to do during this. But yeah, as you kind of take a look after this meeting, if you can see what you can do to reduce that, that would be great. Thank you.
Mr. Searing and Ms. Berry.
Yeah, I've got a few questions. So the first one is for staff. So on page 272 of our packet, and you repeated this in the presentation too, you were talking about the existing use of the land as being, quote, vacant. And I looked through the rest of the documents that we pulled together and everything, and there's nowhere in there that lists the actual use of the land, which was land purchased by Chapel Hill taxpayers with an open space preservation bond for permanent preservation as open space. And I respect that this council is, a majority has decided to go ahead and put this land up for development. But I think that instead of it's a little disingenuous to describe the land as being vacant. I think we should be open and transparent with the people of Chapel Hill, and we should at least put in this document somewhere that where the land came from, which is that it was preserved open space, bought by the taxpayers, and that we made a decision to go ahead and develop it. I think it's just a matter of transparency, so I'd like that to be added. Okay, I have a second question too. So on page 283 of the same packet, we're talking about how we're meeting the comprehensive plan of Chapel Hill and how this project meets that plan. And the last item on how we're meeting the plan, the comprehensive plan of Chapel Hill, is you said, well, this project is meeting the comprehensive plan of Chapel Hill because, quote, it protects, acquire, and maintain natural and undeveloped open spaces and historic sites in order to protect wildlife corridors, provide recreation, etc. Ensure safe pedestrian passage. Now, of course, this project, we're doing the exact opposite. We're taking preserved open space that was, bought for that purpose, and we're developing it. So, we don't want to be George Orwell here. So why don't we just take that section out? So does that hurt our application or, your documents or anything if we just remove that section? Because clearly it's, sort of we're cutting down the forest to, save the trees, and it doesn't make any sense to me. Yeah, just want to take it out. Is that okay?
We'll have to see if council agrees. When we get to the final document, they can look at it.
Next question I have is just for the conservation easement. I just want to also ask, is that something, we already preserved this land, it was in preservation already, and there must be some way for us to, if there's going to be part of it that's still going to be undeveloped, to maintain an easement on there. So I've just asked staff to continue to investigate how to do that. And then my final question is for our for the stormwater issues. What was the stormwater discussion? How much was our staff involved? How much was the developer staff involved? I know that Dustin was saying we were doing more here. Could you just give me a little more detail on that?
I'm out of
sure. Dustin, you want to or am I to?
No. I'll happily defer to you on that.
Yeah, Councilman Searing. So we went through, I believe it was 3 rounds of staff review, including stormwater management with the engineering staff. I believe at the time it was Mary Beth Bowman that reviewed our project. So we had multiple iterations of our design. We had some design initially that was impacting the RCD, and that was part of our revisions we made to pull that back out of the RCD and put the design underground for the entire development to consolidate space, have less disturbance, preserve more trees, and to stay out of the RCD buffer.
Okay. So you did a lot of staff consultation. Then. That's how we got to the more underwater storm. Yeah. Okay. All right.
That's correct. Yeah.
Thanks. Those are my questions.
Okay. Ms. Berry.
Thanks. Can you please share with me, I am missing it, where the electric vehicle, the charging station is? I'm just
So we don't have it identified on the site plan because it ultimately depends on a couple of different factors as far as which site works, which location works the best for us, proximity to electricity availability, so that we're committing to the one space, but we don't have it identified yet.
Okay. And then I would just like to ask, as we move forward in these discussions, if the staff could help us think about how do we ensure that no one car uses it as a parking space indefinitely, because I have heard that concern with other locations where there are EV charging stations. And so I'm just thinking about this because I know that this is one aspect of this development, of this proposed development, that really was received well by the neighbors at Village West, who said, great, that means that we also have access nearby to a charging station. There's going to be interest, and I would like to make sure that we as a town and in partnership with the developers look at how we can make it equitable so that these stations that are going to be in demand are available to others. So it's not something that we can solve tonight. I just wanted to put that in there because I've had a couple of discussions about that, and that brought it to mind. Thank you.
And if I could respond quickly to that as well, we are in the process of actively implementing the installation of electric chargers in many of our communities. We started with our market rate communities and are trying to implement it into the affordable communities. But our property management companies have done a pretty good job of making sure that there aren't cars in those spots that aren't either actively charging or that are overcharging, meaning, just park there and leave it plugged in for 6 or 7 hours. So it's a little bit tough to police, but we are learning every day how to better address that. But it will be involved. It will be available to the public as well.
Great. Thank you.
All right, let's hear from our public, please.
The first one up is Chinita, but I assume she's still not here. So Yvette Matthews, followed by Pristine Onoha.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Welcome.
Okay. Thank you. I am supportive of this development. I'm hoping that J Street, I just want them to know that we coming. I know that they don't want us there. I know that there's a lot of pushback with that community not wanting 30% AMI and below in that community. I think that because we are not invisible, we do have a voice, and we do have a concern about not having decent places to live here in Chapel Hill, even though we work here, that we should look at the population as a whole, and we are definitely a part of this population, and make sure that Chapel Hill is successful. We work, we're not asking for a handout. We just need someplace decent to live, like every individual should have a place to live. I know that, when you opened up this meeting, you were concerned that everybody talked about the Ukraine, what's going on in the Ukraine. And I'm very supportive of people not having to suffer, but I think that we need to look in our own backyard and know that there is a population here that is suffering. And I know that the town of Chapel Hill has a lot, where it has land that's available for us to be a part of. And I'm talking about 30% AMI. I know that you guys cannot control the money that people make. So I'm not talking about that specifically, but I am saying that it's only fair that my population, because I am of this population, I am the community, and I'm proud to speak for this community and saying to you that wherever you can build for this community, it should be done, because we are a population that services Chapel Hill. You have students here, but they rotate out every 4 years. We still live here, and we cannot afford to live here, and it's just not fair and people are struggling, and I see those people's faces every day, and my heart breaks for them. And yours should too, because we are human beings. I know y'all talk about trees and you talk about birds and you talk about environment, and I'm not saying that that's not important. I am saying that human beings should be at the outset, at the beginning, and not the end.
Thank
I
you.
see that in this population, a lot of that we're not at the forefront.
Thank you,
We're
Yvette.
not
Your time's
being
up.
considered. We're not being, I guess, we're just not being
Yvette, thank
supported
you.
the way
Thank
the
you. Your time's
population
up.
should be supported. And I think that everybody should recognize that. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, Christine is not here, so we're going to go with Trisha Lester, followed by Christine Abernathy.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Welcome.
Okay. First of all, I'd like to thank those involved for, I like the design. It incorporates many of the suggestions that the Village West neighborhood has suggested, and it's nice to see those things being recognized and acted on. So thank you. We look forward to the coming weeks and seeing more things reflected in there too. I have a question about the breakdown of people who will be in those apartments, especially after the point that Ms. Matthews made. I noticed that only 12 units of the 30% AMI will be there will only be 12 units at 30% AMI. And 8 at 50% AMI and 20 units at 60% AMI. Is that a done deal, or is there any flexibility with that? Because it seems to me for the lower end, there is not as many as there should be.
I have to get back to you on that. Do you have more to say? We don't usually respond during public comment.
All right. That's my question. So thank you.
Thank you.
We need George Barrett. George and Christine are at the same computer, it sounds like. And then Susan Balutin.
Can you fix the meeting timer too? Thank you. Susan, do you want to go ahead while we're waiting on George to be pulled in?
Sure, thank you.
Okay.
You said something earlier about talking later about some open space issues, and that went by really quickly, so I'm not sure what I missed, but I was planning to talk about the open space bond funding, so that's all I got, so that's what I'm going to talk about. Fact. The town purchased the tract under consideration for the J Street Apartments with open space bond funds. It's apparently legal for the town to now ignore the original purpose of this purchase and to develop this tract. But just because the town can legally do this does not mean that it should. This sends a terrible message to all of us who voted for the open space bond referendum. I am profoundly disillusioned by this behavior of the town government, including people that I voted for. And I see no reason to vote in the future for bonds, even when I strongly approve of their stated purpose, if there's no guarantee that that's what the money will be used for. Now, here's a different way that the J Street Apartments development proposal could have played out. When we informed you, the mayor and town council, about the source of the money used to buy the J Street tract, you could have said, oh, we didn't realize that. That land should not be developed. You could have done that, but so far you haven't. Knowing about this tract's intended purpose as undeveloped land, I don't understand how any of you can continue to vote for this development in good conscience. I certainly hope that this does not reflect a mindset of the ends justify the means, which would be a very dangerous precedent to set. I am not alone in feeling very let down and disappointed by my town. If this development goes forward, you can bet that I'm going to let people know about how this government turns its back on voters and does what it wants rather than what it said it was going to do. But you can still stop this development now. That would be the right thing to do. So please consider doing it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Can you all hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, we
Okay.
can hear you. Welcome.
And is there no echo?
No echo.
Great. Okay. Hello, everyone. Good evening. And before I begin, we have some members who are, yes, we have people here and some people who will are signed up to speak, like Ms. Dolores Bailey and Christine Abernathy, who are here. So I would just ask if after I'm done, if they can come in and just like take my place and have an additional, have their 3 minutes, or they can wait, but we're all here. So I just want to say, my name is George Barrett, Executive Director of the Marion Cheek Jackson Center. And I want to start by saying Orange County Partnership in Aging to End Homelessness reported that homelessness has increased 37% since 2017. And in 2021, the housing study done by the Business Street reported that 9 out of 10 workers in Chapel Hill live outside of the town. How can we sustain, build, and grow our community when we cannot house them? Last Saturday, over 100 members of our community, made up of Northside, Pine Knolls, and Tin Top neighbors, friends, housing advocates, and elected officials showed up and showed out in support of Trinity Court and J Street at the Keeping It 100 event, as you see behind us, where everyone there was spreading joy and justice to signal that, yes, we need these units and we need them now. Without affordable housing, like the 2 developments, we cannot secure and grow what we witnessed on Saturday. We will not see people of all ages laughing together. We will not see children of different backgrounds and nationalities playing together in abundant friendship. We will not see our artists creating art for social change right in our backyards. We will not realize the motto of Chapel Hill, which is Chapel Hill for all. We are not, if people are not, and we will not realize this if people are not able to live safe, secure, and supported. Tonight, on the heels of Saturday's joyous moment, we have an opportunity, you have an opportunity and a responsibility. We need to support 100 families having housing, surrounded by green space and loving neighbors. We must not listen to fear and hate. We must not listen to someday, but hear the call for today. We must listen to over 120 people who have signed on to a petition in favor of these developments. We must listen to over 100 people who have signed the poster behind me and who have made prompts saying that they want to see housing and affordable housing in their neighborhoods. We must listen, and we must listen again to the many, and the many have spoken. And then I say, and they have said yes. Will you join the call? We need affordable housing, and we can't do it without you. Thank you.
Thank you. If you can stay on, and we'll let Christine Abernathy come up since she was on the list already.
All right. Hi.
Welcome.
Thank you. And so tonight, thinking about this joyous moment, thinking about over 100 people who turned out on Saturday to show their support for 100 units of affordable housing coming to Chapel Hill. And then I hear people talking about like who are we going to let down and turning our backs? And I ask if we are going to turn our backs to the 100 people who showed up in Joyous Community to welcome with a warm embrace new people, people who support our town, support our university, and support all of us through providing labor, through serving as essential workers, and who just want to call this place home in the place that they already work and serve every day. And so without further ado, I'm just going to read the letter that 120 some odd folks signed on to in support of housing. And so as we said, from 2017 to 2021, the homeless population in Orange County increased by 39%. The need for affordable housing is great. We warmly welcome and support the development of J Street and Trinity Court in order to provide homes for 100 individuals and families. As residents of Orange County community, particularly Northside, Pine Knolls, and Tin Top, in which these developments will neighbor, we envision a community that is vibrant, diverse, and multi-generational. Housing that is dignified, stable, and truly affordable is foundational to that vision. We urge you to keep it 100 and vote yes to create 100 affordable homes. And just to lift a few things from that, there is someone who signed on and said, as a resident of Village West, I support the development of affordable housing on J Street. I believe in access to quality housing, and I'm not bothered by more cars on my street if it means people are able to afford living in Chapel Hill. And then another person wrote, they love this community and they have no idea how they will be able to stay. Another person wrote that they are looking forward to it and want a place for all Chapel Hill residents. And one person wrote that they are an essential worker and community home trust homeowner. Affordable housing crisis is killing the heart and soul of this community. People who work here can't afford to live here. My coworkers are all moving 45 minutes to an hour away and commuting. The demographics of this community are becoming alarmingly homogenous in both race and class. 100 affordable homes would change lives and hopefully spur more opportunities for working class families to thrive. So we urge you to keep it 100 and vote to approve affordable housing in Chapel Hill.
Woo! Woo! Was Dolores going to speak, or there we go. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight in favor of the J Street project. My name is Dolores Bailey. I'm the Executive Director of Empowerment Incorporated. I've been at several of these meetings about the J Street project. And every time I come, I hear something different. We've all talked about the need for affordable housing. The question is, where will it go? COVID has created an even more dire situation with affordable rentals. It has caused more people to either lose their jobs, lose part of their income, or be displaced. Years ago, we voted, and I say we because I was one of those people that voted to secure this land as open land and conserving it as necessary. But things have changed. I don't think it is any less of a doubt of what we believed a few years ago when this property was not needed. But right now, J Street is needed for affordable housing. So I'm asking you, council members, to consider strongly. Yes, there was one situation a few years ago. Now we need affordable housing, and we need affordable housing on J Street. I appreciate your time and ask you to consider things have changed, and we have got to answer the call of what we will do about people, like Ms. Yvette said, living at 30% and below AMI that need a place to live. I believe J Street is the place for it to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Stegman, do we have next?
Yes.
We have, is Kathy Atwater with you all as well?
It's me again. And I just ditto everything that has been said. Just more affordable housing so that people in our community can live here. People who serve our community can live here. All of you on the council, you love this community and you love people coming to this community. You speak about it proudly. You speak about it boldly. You speak about it and people want to live here. But let's give them an opportunity to do so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is William Holloway. Followed by Pat Livingston.
Reset the timer.
Hey, can you all hear me?
We can hear you. Welcome.
Awesome. So while I'm not speaking as a resident of Village West, I'm actually speaking a little closer because I live at 246 J Street. So the project borders my house on two sides, and I'd like to speak in full support of the project. I'm a grad student here at UNC, currently in the library because I'm busy all the time. I'm in the Masters in City and Regional Planning Department. And I think it would be beyond hypocritical of any resident of Chapel Hill that pretends to promote social equity to not support this project. It's pretty cut and dry. We need more affordable housing. We have a housing crisis in this country, and especially so in a college town where housing is at a premium, especially with student populations. So I think we just need more affordable housing. I really am frustrated by NIMBY attitudes towards building more affordable housing. And I think even as someone with an undergraduate degree in ecology and environmental science, I'm gonna miss hearing the owls outside my window, and I'm not gonna love having a parking lot right next to my bedroom window, but I'd much rather have that and people have a warm place to sleep and a place where that they can feel safe and call home, and more green space. So I can keep it pretty short because I know you all have a long night, and I thank you for taking the time to have this meeting. But I just want to voice my full support of this project, and I encourage that anybody in the neighborhood that I live in that does not support this project to reconsider your motivations behind why you are against this project and analyze what your true motivations are. Thank you, and I hope this project goes through.
Thank you.
I don't see Pat Livingston. So we'll move on to Brianna Gilmore, followed by Robert Beasley.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me all right?
We can hear you. Welcome.
Thank you. I also live at 246 J Street, so I am a J Street resident, along with Mr. Holloway, who was just speaking, and I also want to share my support for the J Street project. I was very impressed with all of the materials and all of the thorough work that the developer and the city has put into this project. Additionally, affordable housing is something that is a crisis in our country as well as in our city. And we have people who we need to be able to have buildings and locations where they can have a warm place to stay. And similarly, I am a large fan of nature. I'm glad that we are so close to the Bowling Creek and the trail access. And I'm glad that there are those levels and those proposals throughout the community as well. But I would rather have my fellow community members have a safe place to stay at night. And when we had 3 weekends of ice and snow this past year, I want to make sure that our community members have a place to stay that's warm and affordable. I would even urge to try to increase more of the affordable housing units if possible, to accommodate for individuals who make a lower percentage of the AMI. Additionally, one thing I would like to put in place, if possible, to add lights right along J Street. It's a pretty dark road, especially if you're going to be increasing and doing all of these great sidewalks and bus allotment kind of locations. As a young, small woman, I would very much appreciate having some extra light if I'm going to be walking back and forth, just for safety concerns as well, and also for having so many, more people in our community. I want to be sure we can all see each other, and also safety for pedestrians walking and cars along the road. Also, thank you for the developers to realizing that that street is very narrow. And so I'm also glad to see that that is part of the development, that street would be widened for safety access as well for pedestrians and cars. So I fully support the J Street project, and I think it would be a real shame and disservice to the community if this was not passed. So thank you for your time, and also thank you for your consistent hard work and efforts in all of these efforts. So enjoy the rest of your evening as well.
Thank you.
All right, we got Robert Beasley followed by Penny Sparacino.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Great. First, I want to say thank you to Councilmember Anderson and Councilmember Ryan for speaking up and encouraging town staff to ensure that they and the developer were working with the neighborhood more closely with our concerns back in December. We've seen a marked improvement and change since January. There have been a few public information meetings. It has gotten better. I'm not going to say there aren't still concerns, because there are, but it has gotten much better, and I appreciate that. I also want to address the statement that Ms. Matthews made, that she understands that we don't want them here in the neighborhood. I don't know of anyone in this neighborhood who has ever said we don't support affordable housing and don't want affordable housing in this neighborhood, especially at the 30% and below AMI. And I would encourage the town council to require this development to add some units for 30% and below, because that is a necessary need in Chapel Hill. And this would be an opportunity to do that. Since it is a rental-based model, it would seem like it should be explored. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Penny Sparacino followed by Aura Raya. Sorry.
Okay, here I have a question about the stormwater. I can't ask a question, but I would like somebody to be able to explain how you figure out the amount of water level that's going pre-development in order to calculate how much stormwater is going to be that's going to go into the underground retention after it's developed. How are those measurements done? I'm a logical person. I can't quite figure out how you would measure the pre-water runoff. I get the post-water runoff. That's not hard to do. The other thing is several things have been changed to make the J Street development a little bit better. But the one thing that really bothers me as a nurse is that it still separates. If you could put back on the screen, Mr. Mills, that picture of the buildings A and B and the parking lots. And the Community Design Board thought it was interesting if they would flip. Yeah, there you go. So over here at Building A on the right, their people will be living there. There'll be parking between there and the community building, which is B. Now, I am not going to, I don't really care why they cannot do it, but that is going to be a real problem for people having to come all the way across a parking lot. And this is children too, not just disabled, to the playground, say, or to the community building, instead of putting the parking lot on the other side and putting the housing closer to the community building. It just doesn't make sense. Now, if it means that we won't have 50 of the units, we'll only have 40 of the units in order to accommodate people with disabilities, I'm fine with that. If we're going to do something to have people live somewhere, we have got to do it right. We've got to do it ethically from ground one. That's sort of off the board right now, but we've got to find a way to make these so that everybody, no matter what their situation, makes it easy to move around in there and manage in there. And people on walkers and canes and whatever, trying to get to
I think they said there was going to be a laundry in the community building. How are they going to manage? And that's probably all I got time for, but I've got more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ian Mance had also, oh, sorry, Aura is first, and then Ian Mance, Morris had indicated he wanted to speak on this item.
Hi, this is Aura. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Heminger and council members. I wanted to speak on behalf also of the increased need for affordable housing, and particularly for those 30% AMI and below. I represent HOPE, which is Housing Options for People with Exceptionalities. And I also wanted to address something that one of the presenters said previously, that Chapel Hill is ignoring the needs of the residents by building this community. And I think, in fact, they're responding to the needs of the community by addressing the lack of affordable housing. So kudos, I think, to Mayor Heminger and the council members who recognize that there is a need for increased affordable housing, and kudos to those residents who support this. We need to remember that there are many who can't afford housing, and to be able to live in Chapel Hill for those who work in Chapel Hill. And as a reminder also for those who live on SSI and are deeply below 30% AMI, actually 15% AMI. So people with disabilities and older adults who live on their Social Security need to have a place to live. So I would like to say kudos again to the council and to Chapel Hill for recognizing the need for this affordable housing, and also hats off to Community Home Trust and also Taft Mills for working to address this in a way that's really going to help those who need it the most. So thank you again.
Thank you.
And Ian Morse.
Great, thank y'all. Thank you for the opportunity to meet with you. I do work for Community Home Trust, but I'm here as a private citizen, so my comments are my own. I'm very much in support of J Street and Trinity Park, and I hope that when y'all vote April 27th, is it, that will be unanimously in support. I live in Pine Knolls, and so I think I can relate to maybe some of the concerns that some of the opponents of J Street and Trinity Park might have. I've been stuck in construction traffic for CASA's Perry Place just a couple of times in the last week. But nevertheless, I'm excited to see their progress, as I am excited to speak in support of J Street and Trinity Place. But when I've been sitting there in traffic, watching their trucks go in and out, I stop and ask myself, I know this is like a good thing to do and whatever, but maybe there's something in it directly for me. Maybe I'll have a new friend that lives in this development, or maybe tenants that live at Perry Place will want to help me organize to make it more walkable, because people still think they're on 54 and just fly through Pine Knolls on their way to Cameron and Franklin Street. So for those opponents of J Street and Trinity Park, I hope you've got your list of grievances, but I hope you stop and ask yourself, maybe there are good things. Maybe I could actually benefit from these projects. So again, I encourage the council to vote in support of these two projects when you get the opportunity. I think they're great. And I really appreciate y'all's hard work. I know these meetings are long, and so much goes into the analysis and trying to make this an equitable and fair deliberation. So thank y'all so much for your time.
Thank you. And we're going to stop there with public comment, bring it back to the council. Again, a friendly reminder, we're not voting this evening. And if you want to ask questions of information you'd like to have back by next week, or preferences for information that you'd like to see before April 27th, not next week. So anyway, council members. Ms. Anderson, followed by Ms. Stegman.
Yeah. Thank you for all the hard work that's gone into this. I wish we could have everything. I wish that we didn't have a housing crisis and that we could use the land as it was initially intended. And that, we have to make difficult decisions sometimes that are for the best interest of the entire community. And so it's not always simple and it's not always as clean as we would like it, but we need this project because we need housing more than we need dedicated passive open space right now in that spot. And I also wish that we had been able to move forward with the policy where we could figure out how do we maybe allocate that open space elsewhere so that we could have had something in place, because I don't like the idea of changing something and not being completely transparent in terms of having a policy, but we couldn't get there. And we still have to move forward because we need this housing so badly. I do have some questions about the numbers. If we don't get 9% and we only get 4%, what is that going to look like in terms of the per unit cost? I'd like to understand generally. I think we are going to have to move to a point where we can decide how much we should be paying per unit so that we can really get the most units possible out of all of our initiatives, knowing what a need we have. But I'm really thankful that this project is going forward. The Trinity Court is going to go forward. I hope both of them will go forward. And I hope that that we get, the 9% for one of them. And I really am excited that we're going to, move the needle one more time on this huge need that we have. So thank you to all the partners and everybody who's coming together to make this happen.
Ms. Stegman?
Yeah, thank you to everyone who presented on this tonight. And thank you so much for the speakers who came out tonight to provide really important perspective on the need for this housing in our community. And I'm really excited to move forward on this. Just a couple of things. The speaker who brought up the need for lighting, I wasn't sure if there is a plan for lighting along J Street, and I think she was talking about on J Street or maybe Village West leading to it, but that would be great to just see a plan for that. I also, gonna be honest, I don't like the new color palette. And would like to see that worked on a bit more. It just seemed kind of dark and dreary compared to the previous. I understand the intent there, and maybe there's some more creativity to make it, kind of blend, but not be so dreary. But I'm really excited. I think it's a great opportunity with really trusted partners, nonprofit partner in Home Trust, and a great affordable housing developer. And thank you for all the work on this. And I'm really glad to hear the neighbors are feeling like they're being heard. And I do think, there's a lot of great community benefits coming out of this project that will benefit everyone. And just another piece of our need to chip away at the really urgent need for more affordable housing. So thank you. And I'm excited to see the final version next month.
Okay, Ms. Ryan?
Yeah, thanks everybody for all your hard work bringing this project together. I know that it's not simple, and for being good communicators with the neighbors, that's really important. I support this project and I support it here. I think this, just given its connectivity, its location to downtown, its proximity to trails, it's near schools. So I think this is the right place to put it. But I do also recognize that this land was bought with money that was voted on by the voters for different reason. So while we're in a housing emergency, we're also in a climate emergency. And, you know, I know Ms. Anderson spoke to, we have to balance things and we have to keep all these things in mind. So I am again, completely on board with this project in this place. I'm very happy that we're going to see some of the land kept in a conservation easement. But I do think we need somehow to figure out a way that if we decide that a particular piece of open space land is better repurposed, that I think we need to find a way to make that open space fund whole. So I'm looking forward working on a policy that will allow us to do that. I think it's a very important issue for keeping trust with voters. You know, if we start dipping from one pot into another pot, they're like, wait a minute, that was my library money. What, you know, so I think we need to find ways to explain to people why we're doing things, why certain needs have to take priorities in certain places, but also to recognize that the voters have spoken to us and have voted for these monies for particular purposes. So I'm hoping we can work on that policy as we move forward. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Parker.
Yeah, I don't want to belabor or, belabor the point. I think this is a great project. I'm really excited about it. I think it's a great place for it. And, so I'm really excited to see it move forward. A little bit what Mayor Pro Tem Stegman said, apart from a personal preference about the new color palette, which doesn't thrill me, but I am particularly concerned about the black roofs. That has the potential to really increase energy costs in the summer for the folks who are going to be living on the top floor of that building. I think a more neutral color will be a lot more energy efficient for the buildings. Going to that darker palette is going to make those buildings difficult in the North Carolina summer. So I think we really need to rethink that. And just a comment, I don't know if you touched on it, I might have missed it earlier, but I'm hoping that these buildings will be 100% electric and that there will be no, gas used for either domestic hot water or cooking or heating. So hopefully that is in your plans. And if not, maybe think about putting them in your plans. Otherwise, full speed ahead. This is a really exciting project.
Okay, gonna wrap us up here then. I agree with the comments that have been said. I'm not crazy about the color palette. Councilmember Ryan and I were out there today, so I'm very excited about the road being widened and a sidewalk plan, because no matter where we stood, we felt like we were in the way of folks. And I would also like to see if Duke Energy can put a street light out there or somebody at least to the entrance to the proposal. I understand that this parcel was bought by the town. We call it land banking as well as open space, and there are needs that change and evolve. I also want to stress that when I have the conservation easement on the other part of the acreage, however it's done either by the developer or by the town, I leave it to staff to work out. So I think you've heard a lot from us. So is there a motion to continue this public hearing to April 27th?
So moved.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Parker, second by Ms. Ryan. Roll call vote, please. Ms. Stegman.
Aye.
Ms. Anderson.
Aye.
Ms. Berry.
Aye.
Mr. Nguyen.
Aye.
Ms. Miller-Fushi.
Aye.
Mr. Parker.
Aye.
Ms. Ryan.
Aye.
And Mr. Searing.
Aye.
The mayor says aye as well. So this public hearing, thank you for everyone that came out. We're a little bit late in the evening, so we're going to move on to our next item, and we probably will have to bump the last item. I'll go ahead and announce that the council voted to appoint Aaron Carpenter to the Justice and Action Commission, in case I forget it later. Thank you for your applying. We do have more boards and commissions positions coming open. We would love to have you apply. We had a great response from our People's Academy, people more interested in learning about town and becoming engaged. So applaud people to get involved. So we're going to go back to item number 4, the Orange County Crisis Diversion Facility update, please. Welcome, Chief Blue and Ms. Finhagen. Thank you for waiting with us, and Tony.
We're good to be with you tonight, Mayor and Council. I'm Chris Blue, your Chief of Police.
Tonight, you will receive an update on plans for the Orange County Crisis Diversion Facility. Presenting will be Caitlin Finhagen, Director of the Orange County Criminal Justice Resource Department, and Tony Marin-Pietri, Chair of the Diversion Facility Subcommittee. Before I turn it over to Kate and Tony to kick us off, I did want to remind you of the numerous recommendations found in the Reimagining Community Safety Task Force report regarding diversion and deflection. One specific recommendation was that council support funding towards a mental health crisis facility in conjunction with the county and other stakeholders to provide a resource for people who are diverted away from the criminal justice system or otherwise in need of crisis support. We certainly know that for many, if not most of the people who are experiencing some kind of mental health or substance abuse crisis in our community, that the jail or the emergency department are not the best options generally. And right now, too often, when law enforcement or EMS respond to someone experiencing crisis, those are the options we have available for them. We have established some leading and model diversion programs and philosophies in our county, and the existence of a facility like the one you'll hear about tonight is an important step in enhancing our community's ability to provide holistic wraparound services who are in the greatest need. So with that, I will turn it over to Kate.
Thank you, Chief Blue, and thank you so much, Chief Blue, for being such an important guide to us during this process, and also for the support that you have given, and quite honestly, all of the chiefs of police and the sheriff throughout this process. So Mayor Heminger and council members, thank you for allowing us to present even at this very late hour of the night. Just to remind you, this is merely an informational report at this point. We do expect and hope that we will be back here again with more updated information and more detailed information about next steps. But we do also want to make sure that you all have an opportunity at this point in the process to ask any questions that you may have, give us your feedback, suggestions. I know the time is again late, so if you want to do that via email at a later time, certainly understand that, and we'd be happy to try and respond. This is a priority for our community. It's long overdue. It's something that our folks with behavioral health issues desperately need. It's something that our hospital and our law enforcement folks have been desperately seeking. As I said, this is the initial planning stages, but there's a significant amount of work that's gone on over the last 2 years. A lot of work, a lot of study of different models of crisis diversion facilities or behavioral health care, urgent cares has gone on. There's been a lot of input from a lot of different advocacy groups, court stakeholders, law enforcement stakeholders, et cetera. And I'm going to turn it over now to Tony Marin-Pietri, who has so effectively and efficiently led this process for the last 2 years as the subcommittee chair. So I'm going to share my screen for him and we'll get to the PowerPoint. Hoping you all can see it.
We can see it, but it's not in presentation mode, just so you know. There you go.
There we go.
Oh.
Thanks, Kate. Mayor, council members, I very much appreciate the opportunity to sort of bring you up to date on the work that's gone on over the last few years. And very much look forward to comments. I know it's late. I'll try to get through this presentation as efficiently as possible. I want to cover a couple of topics, a little bit of introductory material, what the current situation as we see it in Orange County is, how that's led to our recommendations, what we expect to result and what benefits could flow from that, mention some related considerations, lay out some next steps. So the subcommittee's charge was to formulate recommendations for Orange County crisis services that would facilitate diversion of individuals experiencing a behavioral health crisis. By that we mean mental health, mental illness, as well as substance use disorder from either hospital-based emergency department or a criminal justice system. I'm the chair of the committee that put together the recommendations. I really serve as a project manager and a facilitator. The real subject matter experts are below. We've had a lot of input from a lot of members, including representatives from Chapel Hill. Next slide. So just by way of background, in 2015, the Board of County Commissioners passed a resolution to reduce the number of individuals with mental illness in jails. 2018, the county was planning for the new detention center. At the time, Sheriff Blackwood raised the idea of including a diversion unit for law enforcement in the facility. A jail mental health work group was established, but the work wasn't completed in time to get a diversion unit included in the new detention center. And while there's been a lot of improvements in the detention center's new facility with new programs, it doesn't include a diversion unit. In 2019, the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services in Orange County held a sequential intercept mapping workshop. This workshop focused on the intersection of criminal justice and behavioral health. Workshop participants, which included about 32 people from across the county in all aspects of individuals in criminal justice and behavioral health matters, looked at gaps in the system and made some specific recommendations. In April 21, so 2 years later, following the workshop's recommendation, the Orange County Behavioral Health Task Force Crisis Diversion Facility Subcommittee made a report with detailed recommendations to the Board of County Commissioners. And then in December, the Board of County Commissioners approved funds for implementation planning, and our committee continues to work with stakeholders and on facility design. We did do an update to the Board of County Commissioners at the beginning of February, and we updated the recommendations to now include child services, sobering services, and outpatient services. And we continue to provide updates on ongoing work. So if you look at what we were asked to do was look at a crisis center, the first thing we did was we looked across the country and we looked at the literature. There are currently no national standards for crisis services, as there are in other areas like emergency medical services. There's a large body of literature. I list a couple there. The National Guidelines to Best Practices Toolkit by the Substance Administration, Mental Health Services Administration of the federal government, and the Roadmap for an Ideal Crisis System, which was published by the National Council of Behavioral. They all tend to align along common themes and provide a lot of details for communities to follow. We certainly use those guidelines as well. And then we looked at existing facilities across the country. If you look on the right side of the slide, the basic elements of best practices include embracing a clear objective, that is to embrace the objective of diverting individuals in crisis away from traditional emergency departments and jails, and support that objective with dedicated facilities. Be prepared to serve anyone, anytime, anywhere, in a calm environment that supports de-escalation and stabilization of the patient. Network with community treatment providers, provide warm handoffs with supportive case managers and peer support specialists, lean into community-wide collaboration, provide holistic wraparound services, so not only clinical, but also social services, and be prepared for continuous improvement because this is a continually evolving field. So on slide 6, I mentioned that we talked to local stakeholders. In addition to looking out across the country about what existed and what the best practices were, we then dove deeply into local conditions to understand what is it about Orange County, what are we doing, what do we wish we had to do things differently, and we identified gaps by working with individuals who are currently involved in crisis services. Some of them are listed here, and that is that all of the existing services in the county in one way or another are affected by one or more of the following. They do not provide no refusal intake for law enforcement or emergency services. They do not integrate well with criminal justice diversion programs. They do not meet existing needs due to extensive exclusionary criteria. They do not provide appropriate setting for behavioral health crisis care, not the least restrictive setting, not a calming setting. Do not have the capacity to provide readily available clinical services for criminal justice proceedings. Do not serve incarcerated individuals well due to various factors. Do not always provide peer support or case management follow-up. Do not offer medication-assisted treatment. Do not always provide adequate discharge planning. They fail to facilitate a warm handoff that moves a person from crisis to community treatment and social services, and do not have the capacity to facilitate holistic support, that is to recognize all the determinants of health Only Freedom House and the UNC Emergency Department allow access by the public on a 24/7, 365 basis, and those services are often over capacity. And they do not provide services to indigent or uninsured. So if you step back from what I just went through, we have a multi-series set of actions from 2015 forward. We had the SIM workshop, which gave us some idea about the gaps that existed at the intersection of behavioral health and criminal justice. We did a deep dive into local stakeholders to identify local needs identified by those stakeholders for individuals who are engaged in behavioral health clinical services and criminal justice in Orange County. And we have the best practices output. If you look at the graph at the top, we have a variety of entities, a variety of services that exist and touch on crisis services, but when viewed through the lens of a behavioral health crisis, these little or large gaps, tears in the services that are provided become clear. If you start on the left side, community treatment services exist, but when you call them, I like to liken this to when you call a doctor's office, the first thing you hear on the recording is, if this is a medical emergency, dial 911. Well, if you dial 911 for a behavioral health crisis, you get law enforcement or emergency medical services. These are good services. These are people who are well-trained. There's CIT training. We have policies that lean toward moving people away from jail and toward emergency department. But the real question for these changes we're trying to make there are, divert to where? If you take an individual to the hospital or the emergency department, they're frequently overcrowded. The environment is certainly not the best for handling a person in crisis. If you move toward the criminal justice system and the detention center, we know that's not the best place to be dealing with a behavioral health crisis. Facility-based services exist, and we will need more of them. But facility-based services are often overcrowded. They have exclusionary criteria, so they're not really on the front lines of responding immediately 24/7 to a crisis. And social services may not even know that a crisis is going on, let alone be part of the solution set. So next slide. What we recommend is that we establish a dedicated crisis facility, one that will provide both clinical and criminal justice related services, and will network with existing programs and services. This facility would fill in the missing pieces in our existing crisis systems, the pieces and parts that we discussed, and build on current capacity and strengths. And it will not duplicate or replace existing services or programs, because this is a brand new feature in our crisis response system. Next slide. So when we worked with the stakeholders and asked, what are we doing now? What can we do better? What do we need to do better? We've ultimately identified about 50 items that describe the scope and function of the recommended facility. Some of those are more detailed in the appendices or the exhibits. In summary, we group them in 4 categories. Clinical services. A facility needs to provide behavioral health urgent care services for assessment, stabilization, and treatment of patients experiencing behavioral health crisis, which includes mental illness, substance use disorders, for patients 4 years old and older. Provide facility-based care, facility-based services for adults, including security required for some patients and for justice-involved individuals, including initiation of medication-assisted treatment in anticipation of a transfer to a third party, and provide sobering services for routine and surge demand. Also provide behavioral health services on a walk-in basis, on a 24/7, 365 basis, and then provide medical urgent care to lower the medical clearance barriers so that anyone in need can be served in this facility. Criminal justice services lean into providing law enforcement and emergency medical services with a default no wrong door destination. Answer that question, divert to where? And provide criminal justice stakeholders with clinical assessment services and a facility to offer the most appropriate care for justice-involved individuals in the least restrictive setting possible. Next slide. 2 additional categories are community treatment. which is to make referrals to community treatment with a warm handoff supported by case managers and peer support specialists. This is to facilitate transitioning individuals from crisis care to community-based treatment. We don't want to keep people in crisis care. And provide information about community treatment services available to Orange County residents for a wide variety of behavioral health problems. This is information that's needed to cut through the fog of obtaining behavioral health crisis that is so often experienced by individuals, families, and friends trying to get help. In the, in the area of social services, provide a warm handoff regarding referrals to social services and resources, again with case management and peer support. This would include homeless services, NAMI, the National Association of Mental Illness, various programs that they run, accessing health insurance, and providing transportation assistance, also providing family assistance through social services. Next slide. With those services in place, we expect to achieve the results we seek, which is to meet the objectives of providing, enabling deflections from community toward community treatment and social services and away from emergency department or criminal justice involvement. What we're recommending will fill in the gaps that we've identified and that we went over earlier. The facility aligns, as Chief Blue mentioned, aligns with public safety and social justice objectives. Providing a no wrong door provides a default right destination for law enforcement and emergency medical services. Because we reduce restricted entry and exclusionary criteria, it is a default location where we can expect law enforcement and emergency medical services to transfer a person to clinical care and be back out of the facility in less than 10 minutes. Provide the least restrictive setting to offer crisis care, facilitate collaboration. The best programs we saw across the country are those that work very extensively on community-wide collaboration by bringing all the stakeholders into the solutions. And this will multiply the facility's impact on the community and avoid a siloing effect. And we have worked very hard working with 30 representatives or stakeholders across the county to ensure that we have policies, procedures, and training in place that will allow various stakeholders to work with the facility when the doors open. And finally, there's a real opportunity to reduce costs, reduce the burden on law enforcement emergency services, and lower the use of hospital-based services, which are far more expensive than using crisis services. So the benefits will flow to four large major groups. Consumers and families, we're looking at approximately 400 episodes per month that could be diverted to the recommended facility with immediate access to care. Law enforcement would benefit by a lower burden. They would reduce the burden on dealing with mental health and behavioral health issues and not involve criminal justice. Criminal justice system stakeholders will benefit by having immediate access to assessment services and a facility to effect diversions. Hospital-based systems are benefited by reducing the number of people that crowd their facilities, which will lower the cost to the community at whole. Finally, there are two other sort of related considerations. SAMHSA, the Substance Abuse Mental Health Services Administration, lays out this quadrant. We have focused on crisis stabilization programs and facilities and principles and practices, which are in the lower half of this quadrant. The top two pieces, call centers and mobile-based crisis, are also important, and we just mentioned them here. These two areas were somewhat beyond the scope of our subcommittee, but they are needed to round out the crisis services and are being considered under the county's crisis collaborative work. Clearly, building the crisis facility doesn't eliminate the need for these enhancements, and making enhancements in any one of these two doesn't obviate the need for the facility. And finally, I want to close with sort of where are we? We're currently identifying providers who could work in partnership with Orange County to design, build, and operate the facility. Also developing operational guidelines and performance metrics and quality objectives to ensure that performance excellence and integration with facility operations with existing stakeholders is part of the operational plan. And then finally taking those two pieces and moving them into an RFP to put out in public to initiate the process of contracting with a provider. Parallel to all that, we still need to secure land and to get approvals for using that land for the facility. We're working on preliminary and final design. The work the committee has done has provided a detailed design layout, but now we need to engage architects to come up with preliminary and final estimates of capital and operating costs. And finally, round out the funding sources necessary to secure those funds. And we're looking at all sources, which would include grants and philanthropic organizations, as well as local governments. And that pretty much summarizes my rapid walk through the material. I'll open it to questions and discussion.
Thank you. Thank you very much. A lot of good work. Ms. Anderson?
Yeah, thank you. This is very exciting. I had a couple questions. One, and I'm tired, so I'm going to forget them, but hold on, bear with me. Oh, could you talk about the difference of who would end up in this diversion facility versus folks who are in the emergency psych department at UNC, for example?
I'll touch on that. So in developing the estimate of the number of episodes per month or year that would go to the facility, we looked at the data from emergency medical services, and we looked at the data from 911 calls, and working with EMS and law enforcement, we determined the percentage of those individuals who likely could be taken to a crisis facility like we're talking about instead of the emergency department. So that includes a large percentage of the IVC cases, a large percentage of the EMS cases that fall in the substance use, mental health category that are transported now without lights and sirens. That includes about 80% of the 911 calls that are identified as mental health calls, which are now transported by law enforcement to the emergency department on a volunteer basis. So those are the kind of cases, and that's the data that supports the estimate.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. And I remember a few years ago, at least, I don't know, time's mushing together, but I remember talking to Sheriff Blackwood about a similar, I think kind of a similar concept, maybe in Greensboro, that and I know that there was this idea of having like the rape crisis response, or having folks from maybe not just straight behavioral health, but people in crisis. And I'm wondering if that would be a component here, if there would be somebody from rape crisis who would be stationed here, or, how would you be addressing other kind of crises that aren't, they have behavioral health implications, but they're not coming out of a behavioral health crisis.
Kate, you want to take that?
Sure. Yeah, so there is a family violence facility in Greensboro that I think is what Sheriff Blackwood is referring to. And it's a all-in-one resource center for people with, experiencing sexual trauma or domestic violence trauma. It has the district attorney and law enforcement and, advocates and providers all there. This is a little bit different, but this is also holistic in that same way. So if a person comes in crisis, or wants to walk in and seek resources, there will be both domestic violence services, there will be rape crisis center services. All of those resources are going to be available here to support walk-in clients as well as people who are there for stabilization. So yes, and we've had advocates as part of our outreach who have specifically addressed that and wanted to be a part of this and collaborate. So yeah, I think everyone in this facility is going to have some level of trauma, and a lot of that can be sexual trauma as well. So for sure.
Yeah. And I was giving that as an example, not necessarily as the only trauma one could face, but that's great to have that connection there. And what other, in terms of that timeline, deciding on the land, all those other things, who are you thinking about besides the towns to go to for this funding? What are the other partners that would be involved?
So it's wide open. There have been conversations with UNC hospitals. And I think there's other parts of UNC that might be potential partners. I think North Carolina DHHS has been actually just put out an RFP for similar type funding for crisis services. They contributed to the facility in Buncombe County. So that's certainly a possibility. But I think, I think we also think that there are a lot of significant donors and national grants that might be available. This is important work, and the need is great. So I think, and in terms of location, and I think the county is definitely anticipating that this will be county property and county land ultimately, although that will, is yet to be finally determined, but that's usually the model. And it is important for this to be near an emergency room, because sometimes there are going to be people brought here that need to be transferred, and we don't want it to be a good distance away. So the working thought right now is that it very likely might be near the UNC Hospital's facility in Hillsborough, which is also very close to county-owned land over by Durham Tech. So that's one possibility, but those conversations are going to be happening over the next several weeks and months.
Gotcha.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to say, to add to the location question, we have had several members from Chapel Hill provide input to that, and the general sense is, okay, so the Hillsborough location is located far away from Chapel Hill, but the trade-off is travel a little bit further and get a 10-minute or less turnaround time and be gone. That's a trade-off that seems like, at least from the professionals we've talked to, that might be reasonable.
Well, yeah, and we have folks who go to that ED because it's easier to get out too, right? So that, there are plenty of people who are going in that direction. Well, that's great. And I love this. And I think it's really important to have all those, potential partners for sustainability. And it is really important work. So, so thanks for updating us.
Ms. Miller-Fouché.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you all for this presentation. I'm super excited. I'm just amazed with the possibilities of this center. And so I know you spoke to mentioned serving families. And so I'd like to hear more about, any targets or conversations that you all have had on how the center will specifically serve our youth and their special needs.
Kate, I've got some comments, but Kate's probably more close to this than I am. Otherwise, you want me to start?
No, go ahead, Tony.
So I mentioned that just in passing, and once we opened up the idea of the center to be available to children 4 years old and older, we had previously thought back in April that we would restrict this to just older, basically older adolescents at most, because children are a special category. But we found through design and licensing discussions that 4 years old and older would be possible. And so then we started reaching out to the Department of Social Services, to the schools, and to juvenile justice. And each of them have cases right now that could be benefiting from involvement of the crisis center, either with their social workers or with their caseworkers, to get more immediate access to crisis services and support for both the individual and their families. Often with minors, the family involvement is part of the solution. Mm-hmm. And so I don't know how that will evolve, but that's where it'll start. And then that'll be a partnership going forward. Kate, you want to add to that?
Yeah, and I think, what's really interesting is that the schools are incredibly excited about this because, right now they have to make these very on-the-spot assessments of risk. Sometimes with youth who sometimes say things that they don't mean and sometimes don't say things and they are meaning. And law enforcement becomes involved or juvenile justice becomes involved. And the idea that they can maybe have a young person go immediately to a facility to get assessed was incredibly appealing to them. And then hopefully come right back to school if there's no credible threat and the kid is not in crisis. So I think that's a really important piece, but DSS will also be connected to this facility. They've been a partner in this planning process. So there will also be that component. And it's also really important to know that the adults and youth will not be housed together. So there will not be young people under, I think is it 17, Tony, or 18? That it'll be the only 18 and over will be staying for any long-term stabilization. Youth will be transitioned to the ED if they do need that acute psychiatric care.
And there are some new facilities being developed around the area, and Alliance Health has talked about this, that are devoting attention to inpatient child care, which would be a referral from the facility.
And I think it's also really important to know that this will be something that a family can walk into on their own. So, there could be law enforcement transport, there could be EMS transport, there could be crisis transport, but there could also just be a family that isn't comfortable calling the police, isn't comfortable calling or going to the emergency room. They can walk into this facility 24/7, all day long and get that immediate sort of intervention with peer support, peer navigators, case managers who will be there available to them. So, and resource information.
Great, thank you. One other question is, I'd really be interested, the next time y'all come around to be able to really drive home how this center can possibly, in addition to, saving people's lives and reducing harm and trauma, but how it can possibly, is going to save our community money by keeping folks out of the emergency room, out of the medical facilities, and out of our jails, and cycling in and out of our jails. And so I'd be really interested in seeing how y'all can, crunch some numbers and see, while this center is going to cost money in order to be built, but how it's going to really pay back in ways, both the merits of it, but also monetarily as well. So would love to see some numbers around that. Thank you so much for all of your work around this.
That is a spot on comment because it is something that you're not alone in wanting to hear that, and other places have also been able to provide that information. And it's also not just about the immediate costs of incarceration or the ED, but also the long-term costs to the community.
Yeah.
Children are put in foster care through the juvenile system, and parents, just that there's long-term health benefits from a facility like this. But yeah, we're working to try to quantify.
Great, thank you so much. Appreciate all your work.
Mr. Parker?
Yeah, just what I hope is a quick question. Do you see a center like this sort of playing into, how we deal with folks experiencing homelessness, and, would it interface with an organization like SORAD? I mean, again, these are people, many of whom have behavioral health problems anyway, but do you see this sort of fitting into that continuum of care?
That's clearly you, Kate.
Absolutely, for sure. Again, a really, really important point that right now, one of the gaps we have in the deflection part of SORAD, that last letter stands for deflection, is that we don't have a 24/7 facility for people who are experiencing homelessness, who have crisis, say in the middle of the night or even during the day. If law enforcement is having to, if somebody is highly intoxicated, they're having to take them either to the ED, which often they can walk away or turn away, or to the detention facility. So yes, we absolutely expect that it's really going to be a tremendous benefit for people experiencing homelessness with behavioral health issues. And SORAD is going to be a big part of and they have been a part of the process.
Thank you.
Ms. Berry, then Ms. Stegman.
You. All right, you all, this, I believe, has been a long haul for you, this project, this effort. And I have two questions. One, and anyone can answer, what really excites you about this?
You're asking Kate or I?
Yes, anyone?
I think what excites me, I'm also a member of NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, and I just see lots of times when people with behavioral health and substance use issues are caught up in criminal justice system or simply ignored, which burdens the criminal justice. I mean, it burdens law enforcement to deal with these issues, and they don't have support to do what they need to do. It burdens EMS, it burdens the hospitals. And so much of these cases can be handled at the front end. If families can get crisis services, get access to referrals to community programs, get access to insurance, to be able to take care of these crises on the front end, they don't then evolve into something bigger and more damaging to a person's life. That's what excites me about it. I think there's a better way. When we talk to stakeholders and we went through various sort of mini case studies, or what I called use cases, and we said, let's talk about some cases that currently exist or based on what you actually experience in the community. Let's talk about, if you had a magic wand, how you could make that better. And then let's describe the source, the services that would be needed to make it better. And that's where we got the list of services. We know we can do things differently, but providing the resource to actually do that, I think, is what's so important. That's what drives me.
I'm going to need to be reminded of that. This excites me. And the reason why I say that I'm going to need to be reminded is because we need to be responsive. I need to be responsive, and to help you achieve this goal sooner than later, right? I don't want you to get weary because of the process. And I'm looking forward to seeing alongside a lot of veterans on this call. A few of us are new, but a lot of veterans who know how to do this. But I'm ready to be part of this team that makes this a realization.
Thank you.
So appreciate it.
I assume we're just doing comments too. There's no people, there's nobody asking questions at this point. But I just wanted to quickly thank you, and just a couple of comments. First, I wanted to also thank Chief Blue, having law enforcement that's supportive of this model and recognizes that it's good for the community. It's good for helping identify law enforcement's appropriate role, and put in place structures for other services is really important. So thank you for that. And I was going to say something similar to Michael around the link to housing and housing stability. And I think that's such an important, it's obviously not the focus, but it's such an important piece and connection to this. And the fact that you all are bringing best practices and evidence-based models is so critical, and learning from what is working around the country. And I want to just take that opportunity to talk about how we need to do that with housing as well, and with our community house and work with IFC to make sure that they are able to do that as well, because that is an important piece of this continuum and some of the gaps that you're trying to fill here that are so important. So thank you. And also, just to reiterate, you mentioned this at the beginning, but that this is such a important piece of our Reimagining Community Safety Task Force recommendations, that report that Paris was part of, and others, that this is one of their top recommendations as well. So I'm really excited to see this moving forward, and thank you for staying with us so late tonight.
And
I will call to see if there's any public comment this evening. Is there anyone left in the public who'd like to share a comment?
Can I just address Councilperson Stegman's, it's so hard for me to say that. Mayor Pro Tem Stegman, the issue of the gaps analysis that I know you all are familiar with from the Partnership to End Homelessness, they actually, because of the work of the Crisis Diversion Facility, did change one of their gaps from a day center to the support for the Crisis Diversion Facility. So it actually is part of the homelessness gaps analysis currently, and they will be a big feature of the partnership of holistic services that are provided to people there.
Okay. So I'll wrap us up here and say thank you as well. We're excited about this opportunity to improve community and outcomes for many people. And we applaud you, and we can hope you will continue to be inspired and motivated to keep moving along this path. And we look forward to hearing back from you. That being said, Chief Blue, did you have anything to add?
No, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for sticking with us this late hour. We are bumping the last item since we're all a little bleary-eyed at this point. So I declare the meeting adjourned for this evening. Thank you, council, for your good work tonight. Thank you, staff, for supporting all of it.
Thank you all.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
It's a wrap.
Good night, everyone.